just became a member of the month. I don't know. I still got this pink ticket. Hold up. Let me see if it goes away. Wait. Man, fuck it.
If you just became a member, it'll be gone your next time in.
Cool. He's virgin in the muff.
We like our.
What if I was a virgin? Are you anti-virgin?
Definitely not anti-version. Yeah, I don't know. Hey, Dins, how are we going? Hey, Mike. Hey, guys.
Hey.
I wish I was a virgin, honestly.
Do you really?
I'm a born-again virgin.
Honestly,
I don't know, like, where you get a certificate for that, but, like, if there are cobwebs down there, then maybe that's enough.
That's what we call the manifestation of a new hymen row.
Oh, wow.
They're not cobwebs, okay?
They're not cobwebs?
No, I'm manifesting, okay?
Wait, is that even possible? I don't know. The hymen.
No.
Okay. I'm like, there's no ways.
Hymens are not like that.
Even if a girl hasn't been touched down there for like 40 years, I cannot imagine
It's
that.
not like that. Once the cherry is popped, it's popped.
This vaginal rejuvenation, that's what Cardi B was getting done.
Well,
Yes.
that's just tightening the muscles. That's a muscular thing. Now, I suppose if they wanted to sew it shut, they could. But regardless of that, I encourage this discussion of vaginas wholeheartedly, and we should explore this more. Well, I mean, we are in the mouth, so
We are in love.
that is the purpose of it. This is true. Just as long as we're not in Oprah's muff, as South Park so eloquently explored in their series.
Nobody wants to be in Oprah's mouth.
That's nasty.
That is pretty nasty.
Way to go, Alan.
I just ate, guys. Come on, what's going on?
Can you imagine that South Park got away with that? I mean, she was already a billionaire, and they had a whole series of shows about her and her vagina. Jesus. Yeah, Jay, exact.
Kristen's actually giving us some education on hymens in the chat. If anybody would like to take a personal one-on-one session with Kristen to be able to learn some more about hymens, she's available for consultation. Thanks, Kristen.
Toothache to penetrate?
No, hymens are obstacles.
That's true.
Let me just say, they haven't met me, you know? Yeah.
Well, oh my God. Well, let me just tell you, the manifestation of the new hymens is very real. Okay? I will never call them cobwebs.
Are we talking about hymen in the reference of like football or the other hymen?
The other hymen. We're in the muff, Jay Busy.
Wow.
We're in the muff.
I'm just messing with you. I know.
Over people.
Hi, good morning. First time caller, long time listener.
Nice to have you back.
Hey, Ron. Hey, everyone.
So I was thinking from the conversation, for me it was last night, surrounding guns and mass shootings and stuff like that. It was actually a really good conversation. So Dibs, thanks for putting that together and holding that space. It was actually pretty cool. I like the idea of actually bringing in some alternate views.
Yes.
To be able to, have a conversation.
Yeah. I think I think it would be great. Yosh is such a fabulous speaker on the topic, and he's very, very pro 2A, and he's extremely knowledgeable about the laws and the Constitution around it. But I think that having some people that are really can very intellectually have the conversation about why, like, AR, potentially looking at like AR bands and stuff again, like just getting them kind of geeking out together and Yosh is the kind of person I think he could have that conversation with anybody and it not go upside down. Yeah.
Like he and Roger sound like that actually be fit in the same bed. Getting people outside of that who've got different views. Look, I mean, I getting to people who are on literally opposite sides of the fence on this, can make for great fireworks, but it's the meat in between that really makes an interesting, conversation where, there's movement, but where there's concession that can be made that you don't have to be completely 2A.
That's what just happened, Ro. That's what just happened with racism. Just happened.
Yeah. But the thing of it is, I think JB might possibly know maybe another person or two because he's very staunchly in the more gun law camp. And between Stilgar and Yosh, I think, and Mojo, if Mojo actually came back, I think that would be a great representation of, fewer restrictions. And then we just need 2 or 3 others that support the other camp and are knowledgeable enough to have, to make the arguments. I'd love to sit and listen to them just, ping pong back and forth.
Yeah, Shrig would be a good one to have in that room for sure on one side.
Yeah.
By the way, I'm sorry if I cut through. It was either you cutting out or me cutting out, but I may have interjected there for a brief second. No, not at all. Well, let's try and make it happen. Like, if that'd be cool. Grab a few names. We'd like to go into healthy debates about it, maybe. Whichever. Look, I mean, from Australia's speaking about guns, I'm just saying, and it's different history. Australia has a very different history to America when it comes to guns, and also civil war as well. So this is what I'm saying, but what's been in the culture in America is a very different thing in Australia. So when the guns there was an amnesty for the guns to be handed in and so forth, it wasn't as much of a big deal as it would be in America. But I was sort of leading in the direction. Look, given that I have a window of understanding to why there is a social push and a cultural issue in terms of having guns, like from the Australian perspective, it's like, why do you need them? Like, we don't have the only time Australians have got guns is like if you're in the outback or on a farm, you need to be able to cull off some kangaroos or get off some balls, whatever it might be. Then fine, it's necessary. But in terms of self-protection, it is not a thing. It never has been a thing in Australia. And it's never been part of our culture. So we're just looking and saying, well, hang on, look at all these shootings that are happening in America. And unfortunately, it is just what we see in America. We see the mass shootings of innocent kids in schools and stuff like that. We're going, hang on, surely there's got to be a way of minimizing this. Why can't we just make restrictions a hell of a lot stronger so that guns don't get circulated as much? There's incredibly stringent rules and laws, pertaining to the possession of getting firearms and so forth. Obviously, you're going to have less instances of these happening as well. Anyway, that's broad.
I was going to say 2 things. One, I was going to say you do need guns in Australia because kangaroos are like deer that have gone to prison. And they're hard asses. And secondly, it's all about the Second Amendment. 1000% Second Amendment is the problem. There's absolutely no way we can get anywhere remotely close to what Australia is doing because of our Second Amendment. We have it in print, and it's just general enough that it can endlessly be argued. And because it exists, guns are guaranteed to us. And because guns are guaranteed to us, and because we let the cat out of the bag and brought out the but honestly, there's no going back. There's not. The only discussion that could take place is stop selling more of them, of that kind. It's literally the only thing. There's nothing else that can take place.
Yeah, look, I mean, in terms of guns and kangaroos and shit like that, look, they can be a bit scary sometimes. Yeah, true. They're needed. They are needed, and they're utilised by farmers out in the outback and countryside and so forth, because there's a purpose for them there, and it's a practical purpose of it. And in terms of the restrictions, it's the same, I guess. Look, everybody has not everybody has the right to be able to drive a car, but you can get a license to be able to have one. And in order to be able to keep your license, you need to be able to follow certain rules. I don't see why those rules and that type of philosophy couldn't be applied, and be it slowly over a period of time, right, to stem the culture somewhat, not to change the culture completely, but to be able to stem the culture somewhat. You know, just the idea of people feeling, right, the need, not the want, but the need to be able to have a gun for self-protection is just something that is completely foreign to people in Australia.
If we want to continue with guns, great. And I have something else, if you guys want to talk about it, that I was listening to on a podcast, a media criticism podcast the other day, which is, I thought was pretty funny. It's this consulting group think tank called The Third Way, which is described as a Clinton-esque Democratic consulting group that is trying to rein in the negative perception of the Democratic Party. They released a list of words that Democrats should stop saying because they alienate the general American public, and they say that by using these phrases, they're fueling the Republicans and Donald Trump. So it's like 4 categories of lists of words, if you guys want to hear.
I'm curious.
Okay. I'll take that as consensus permission to go ahead.
That's right. Mr. Rising here, feel free. Let's try this out and see how it feels.
Okay, so there's
We'll
4.
tap on maybe the gun topic at another point in time. It's fine with me.
Thank you. You're very generous. So there's, I think, 4 categories. So the first is called therapy speak. And it says, these words say, I'm more empathetic than you, and you're callous, and you're hurting other people's feelings. So the words are privilege, violence, as in environmental violence, dialoguing, othering, triggering, microaggression, progressive stack, centering, safe space, holding space, and body shaming. And there's seminar room language, subverting norms, system of oppression, critical theory, cultural appropriation, postmodernism, Overton window, heuristic, and existential threat to climate, the planet, democracy, or the economy. Then there's organizer jargon, radical transparency, small d democracy, barriers to participation, stakeholders, the unhoused, food insecurity, housing insecurity, people who immigrated, and there's gender orientation correctness, birthing person / inseminated person, which I had never heard, pregnant people, chest feeding, cisgender, dead naming, heteronormative, patriarchy, LGBTQIA+. Then there's the shifting language of racial constructs, Latinx, BIPOC, allyship, intersectionality, and minoritized communities, finally, explaining away crime. Justice involved carceration, incarcerated people, and involuntary confinement. So it says the conclusion is, think about conversations with persuadable voters in your life, friends, family, coworkers, and consider whether the use of this language above would help or hurt your case. Recognize that much of the language above is a red flag for a sizable segment of the American public, and it's not because they're bigots, but because they fear cancellation, doxing, or trouble with HR if they make a mistake. Anyway, it goes on.
This is from the Democratic Party to the Democratic.
It's from a Democratic consulting group.
Yeah, it sounds 1,000% accurate in my take. It's just it's full of things that we're tired of hearing. I think it sounds.
We've been trying
to. It sounds really smart. It sounds like an outsider.
Electable.
Yeah, the reality is, are Democrats going to listen? Probably not. But as an outsider, that person's right on. First of all, that entire list I need to go to my safe space. Go take a shower, Alan. Should you go take a shower? Just hearing those words, just sent me over the edge. What's interesting, though, is they're saying don't use these words or phrases, but they're not saying change the underlying philosophy that these phrases have come to represent. So it's, if I'm understanding it correctly, Derisive, is that the thing? In other words, we still believe these things. We're just advising you not to use them if you are trying to, and that's clear. When you're persuadable voters. So that also implies that, well, there's just some people that which is not an unreasonable thing to say is, look, there's some people you're never going to convince, so don't bother with them. But, yeah, I mean, I don't know that qualifies them as Clinton-esque Democrats either. Because a Clinton-esque Democrat, and I guess as someone who voted for him, I can tell you, you cannot use those words. I'm still gonna pick up on whether or not you believe in the underlying philosophies.
I had never heard inseminated person before to describe a pregnant woman. That sounds even more dehumanizing than birthing person.
I actually think that's very liberating when I see a woman and I say she's been inseminated. It's just like, wow. As an inseminated person, it sounds like so, gosh, the patriarchal standard of our society has been removed.
What about inseminated men, like after the act of coitus? Like, what do we do about those guys?
It's funny, the podcaster I was listening to who originally brought up that list, he's like, well, that applies to gay guys too.
Yeah. What's funny is that, and you just said it, Bill, that if you actually walked up to a woman who was pregnant and said, oh, you must be so happy to be an inseminated person. When she was done pummeling you, her husband, assuming she's married, would then proceed to pummel you as well.
Congratulations on being inseminated.
It's like, it's the language that people use to describe cows, when they're breeding cows or horses, and yes, now as women, or even dogs for that matter. And yes, no, go ahead.
It happened to women, like artificial insemination is used to women. But it do sound odd the way that it's used over the have used to women.
Yeah, I would say even then it came, yeah, that's the clinical term. But then once they become pregnant,
It's the past tense part. It's the past tense part that's problematic.
yeah, once they become inseminated, we don't say, well, how's your insemination working going? Do you have post-insemination morning sickness? But, it's hilarious.
Okay, the men in this stage are turning into children now. I regret.
Well, it's so funny, Teresa. That's,
I'm teasing.
If I could be more serious, though, I think it's good that more Democrats are realizing that this type of stuff is just cringeworthy. And I love being proved right. Like a year ago, before the election, there was a lot of Democrats on this app saying, "Oh, the right focusing on the woke stuff. They're not in touch with the voters. Voters don't care about the fact that we say dumb shit like that." Well, I mean, obviously, the average person is not going to be thinking about that as much as they'll be thinking about gas prices or the economy. But when they see a purple-haired woman with her armpits unshaved talking about, pregnant men and how we need to watch our language because we're insulting people because we understand basic biology, people are not going to get down with that, It's like if the Republican Party was filled with a bunch of Westboro Baptist church members, and that was the general perception of the Republican Party, even if the economy is doing great, people would not necessarily be the biggest fans of the Republican Party. It's just logic. I don't understand why it took so long for them to understand, and I'm happy that they do understand.
Well, but again, Dope, I would say what the focus of that list is simply on the words. They're still adhering to the underlying beliefs or political positions that those particular words represent.
Yes, without a doubt.
Yeah, so they still believe that what they're saying is, well, we still believe that a pregnant woman is simply an inseminated person, or that a mother feeding her child, that we should refer to them as a chest feeder, and that anybody, including both men and women, can breastfeed under our definition of what a man and a woman is, but just don't use those words so that we can convince them that we are right.
Oh yeah, I'm not saying that they're changing their entire philosophy. I'm just saying they understand the optics of it is trash, which they were denying only 7 months ago.
Yeah, I would tend to agree. It's just essentially, it's the greatest blow of the Democrats. Of course, will say that there are for women's rights on abortion, but when it comes to a biological male competing in women's sports, that they were this might be something we can pass sometime.
Yeah, this is, there's going to be a big market for this kind of pragmatic strategy for the Democrats in the next election, because they just need to work on their electability, and that's, I'm surprised it hasn't happened sooner.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of the thing, though. It's just essentially is that the best way Trump can, be favorable is that if he doesn't want to have struggles in the midterm, is to not make such a big deal about the Epstein files. And that's the thing. It's just, I hate how he's making the Democrats' jobs, much easier for them. I think that the Democrats, just need to stop playing the, typical, at least we're not, this good. We're not Donald Trump. We're not this person who's racist, because, it's people don't care about
about the fact that Trump is a racist. You know, they like the fact is they see the economy as going into the shitter. So
I'm still back in the whole kangaroo are deers that went to prison.
I forget, Rose.
I'm still chuckling about that. I'm sorry. Also, Alan, I do have a question. I do have a sincere request. I would love to get a list of those terms.
Oh no, it was derisive who has the list.
Oh, sorry. Or direct, just however I can.
If you started something,
Okay, so the consulting group is called The Third Way, and if you do a search for The Third Way memo, word policing leaks or something like that, you'll find it.
Great, thank you.
If you could put a link in the chat, that'd be great.
No, but if you can, I'm not doing it.
I'll be happy to. Thank you. Appreciate that.
Yeah, I was going to ask Ro, have you heard about the emu wars in Australia? I never would have known about, except for the what is it? Something. It's called like abbreviated history. They're animated things. It's hilarious.
Yeah. It's something that Australians don't really know about, but Americans seem to love to pick it up and go, the Australians have been beaten by the emus. Okay, so it's almost impossible to be able to eradicate emus. And it's basically a story to be able to make sure that Americans have a level of fear such that they're perturbed from being able to come to Australia and propagate over here. It's like the thing that we put out in our PR towards America, saying, "Oh yeah, look, too many sharks, too many spiders, got snakes, got the deadliest of this, that, and the other, and don't forget the top bears, that animals that jump out of trees and attack people." So look, it keeps the Americans away, and that works. So we're just going to keep with that story for the time.
Well, the whole funny thing is that there was that short story. There was an emu infestation, and they were attacking crops. So the army said, "Oh, okay, we'll shoot them." And they had machine guns set up, and they were spraying them and killing very few of them. And it was a complete. And finally, someone said, "Oh, let's just put up some fences, and that'll solve the problem." And it did. But when Mike brought up the kangaroos thing, it reminded me, I mean, I think you got to put the emus in that category.
Ryan, the fear of animals is real over there, man. I was in Darwin for a couple of years, and two times it was sticking in my mind. One was that I had one of those frilled lizards that lived right outside the door of the place I lived, and he was always up in the tree, and sometimes he would jump out of the tree and chase me on purpose, which was fucking ridiculous. They're super neat. No, I know, but when he chases you, I mean, I wasn't even afraid he was going to hurt me, but I would still run around and he would chase me, which was funny. And then the other thing, I was at a picnic one time, and you kind of could see down like a grassway thing where everybody had these picnic blankets out. There was a couple of different people had blankets out. And this monitor lizard that was probably 5 feet long came walking through the picnic area. And people were like the furthest people away from me, like they kind of looked over and saw him, and they just kind of like very casually like finished the bite in their mouth, and then they stood up and they kind of took their blanket and they moved it about 10 feet to the side, and the monitor lizard went walking by, and then they just came back and set the blanket back down and kept eating. And the next people were like, "Okay, it's time for us," and they picked up and moved their blanket downside, and everybody just set the monitor lizard and walked right through the picnic area, which is really funny. How nasty those fuckers are.
Yeah, I don't know which is worse though, because a lot of people don't know. I had a roommate in college who spent in Japan or something, they have cockroaches that are like, I don't know, 7, 8 inches long. And to me, that would just, that's truly, I'll take that lizard over a cockroach crawling around in the middle of the night. Jesus.
Alan, they have those as pets in Japan. So in Japan, there was a department store by me, and when you walked in, they had a display, and they had these little plastic containers, and they were full of giant roaches. Each one had like one roach, you could buy it. Or they had the beetles with the horns that like push each other off sticks or whatever. They had those too. And then they had small turtles, like miniature turtles. And you could just buy them as pets when you went in there. And people would buy those cockroaches and like hold them in their hands and have them as pets.
It's just so fucking weird when you hear about these stories in Asia, especially through Japan as well. But look, honestly, I actually feel a hell of a lot safer being surrounded by deadly animals, spiders, snakes, box jellyfish, and sharks, rather than being in America with guns and Trump.
That's true. When I was in Darwin, I went on a tour down the Adelaide River, the one that has the jumping truck crocodiles. I did that thing. And they told me, one of the things they said is that it's the most reptilian populated river in the world. And they said, and the banks have the most snakes per square mile of crevice that's going out. And they're like, you can't trust crocodiles. You can't trust them at all. Like that's just the way they are, right? And I was like, okay. So we go, and as we go walking out on the dock to the boat we're going to take to go on this thing, there's this crocodile floating in the water right next to the dock, just watching. And everybody kind of pauses, and they're like, oh, don't worry about him. That's Charlie. And everybody's like, what? So I think they set it up that way because they know Charlie hangs out there.
Yeah, we've got pets for these things as we go along. Guys, I just want to say it's really nice that, we're all enjoying being in the muff. It's nice to be able to share the muff with everybody. So, keep on coming back. Dip, Moons, off to sleep. Have yourself a great day.
Good night, Rob.
Bye.
I'm stuck. Hate work.
But it's Friday. It's Friday.
And it's a long weekend, y'all.
Pretty excited about that.
You want to get more coffee? Want to have a coffee break?
I just made 1 second cup.
I'm gonna go make me some in just a second. I have to finish the gospel sequence.
I invite everybody to watch, I think it's the first or second episode of the 3rd season of Married with Children and Al Bundy's testament to Labor Day. It is a hilarious episode. I think it's on the Roku channel or might even be YouTube, if you want to truly understand the meaning of Labor Day. Really, nobody? Al Bundy is my spirit god.
That, honestly, Alan, I don't find that at all surprising. Not even a little bit.
Well, what's funny is that, remember, first of all, the entire Fox channel empire started, their first 2 shows were The Simpsons and Married with Children. So you can thank, and that show went on for 13 seasons, I think it was. I forget how many seasons. So literally those 2 shows were the financial successes they needed to create the Fox channel, which then spawned everything else. So, but the second thing is, when it came on all the other shows, there was Cosby, and there was, Silver Spoons, and what was the one with Michael J. Fox? I mean, it was all these Family Ties. There were all these squeaky else is doing that. We need to do something different. But so many, especially God, when you talk about what marriage is like, so many men relate to that and relate it to him specifically, because it's the idea of and this is, and a lot of comedians like Bill Burr and Louis C.K. Especially, what comes to mind is a man who is tortured by not only his own choices, but his inability to do anything about the choices he's made. So, Peg was the high school, was like the high school prom queen, and him being the star of the football team. Of course, they ended up together. And then everything that happened because of that choice, he's tortured by it every day, So it really was. It's a really funny show from that viewpoint. But you get lines like, him walking through the door, and Peg says, "Did you miss me, Al?" And he says, "With every shotgun blast so far, dear."
I don't know. I've kind of been sad recently in the last probably 15 years on what, like, you don't see those wholesome family, like nuclear family TV shows anymore. And I think it's kind of sad sometimes. I feel like a lot of the shows anymore, like, really aim to kind of demasculate the men. I don't like it.
Oh my God, I was just thinking that. And it really put a bad taste in your mouth about marriage. Like I tried to figure out what it was about it that I just didn't find very funny. And of course, in my mind, I don't think that's funny at all.
Well, that was a trope. Yeah, I mean, that was a 90s trope. I mean, it's definitely still continues, but it's not something new. I mean, it's, the whole...
Yes, but the thing that's so dangerous about it is that it makes it funny. It makes it, it kind of tries to normalize it, whether that was the intention or not. And that's kind of like sad.
Yeah, I mean, every 90s sitcom husband is some doofus, and he's always wrong, and he needs his wife to free. He's sort of like a man-child, and that's just literally every single sitcom of the 90s.
And there's nothing funny about that, frankly. Because people are divorcing people left and right because of that issue. It's real. Well, that's why it's not as funny anymore.
Yeah, even Cosby had that in that. I mean, his character, was an obstetrician. I mean, one of the most demanding, specialties in medicine, and yet when it came to the family, well, he was still the doofus of the family.
I think
and it was on. No, go ahead.
Well, I mean, I think that most of the time, though, I think he played it like, well, I didn't know. Yes, he did. You know what I mean? Yeah. Like, if his wife called him out, like, yeah, you did.
Oh, yeah. But, it goes back to, and even the actor, I forget his name, on Good Times, it was always, I forget the characters' names now, but I remember watching it as a kid and thinking, why is the mother overriding the father? I mean, things like, there was one episode where JJ had an opportunity to make money, and serious money, with his art. And the mother said, no, you can't, for some obscure reason. And the actor who played the father, complained about it then, and to this day comments on his character and how even, that was in the 70s, was marginalized. But yeah, I mean, there was another thing like even in Friends, Ross was the actual smart person in that group. And he was the one who was actually a father, who actually had responsibilities. And he was constantly berated as the stupid one. So I agree with your sadness.
Yeah, I don't like it. And I mean, I don't know. I feel like there was a lot more balance in the 90s. I feel like as time has gone on, I feel like more and more and more. Anytime, if there's a dad represented in the family situation, they just do kind of make him adult.
Yeah, you know,
He's a moron, you know, and
I will say Blackish. I stopped watching after like the third season mainly because we got rid of cable. But that show, and I think the actor Anthony, I forget his name. I think it was him. He was not going to be made the buffoon. I think they were both, the mother and father in that, are both equally smart, and they both equally have their foibles as well.
yeah.
So that it's and I noticed that because she's a doctor, and I think she's an ER doctor, if I remember. So they showed scenes of her, at least early on, like at work saving somebody's life. But then her character also goes through. Like there were episodes where she explored, because she's half black, half white, and exploring. When she was a teenager, she went full blown Valley Girl, for example. And exploring that side of her personality, and then talking to her father about it, and like, well, why did you raise me this way? And it's, so there were some really good episodes with that too.
Yeah.
And same for him too.
I missed Necro. He sent a comment in the chat. If we see him back in here, he'll remind me to address this comment. I'm not really sure I understand. What are your thoughts on anti-discrimination laws against trans people? What is he asking me?
He might, I don't know, depending on what his political perspective is, he might be framing that to say laws that, exclude trans people in sports or things like that, or exclude trans people from locker rooms of their choosing or something.
Okay. I'm just trying to make sure I understand what he's asking me.
He could be also talking about the fact that transgenders are not a federally protected
class
group of people, and maybe some states, I don't know nowadays if they are not, like in California, but in general, yeah, it would be about that federal protection of class, understanding whether or not we thought that they needed it,
Yeah.
Well,
That's how I would take it.
Didn't, I forget which title it is, but didn't Biden expand Title 4 or Title 9, or whichever one it is, to include transgender people? And I think Trump just removed them. So, so it may be related to that. But by all means, let's continue to speculate on what he meant.
Smart ass.
I mean, I just wanted to be prepared to answer, as I was like, I'm not really sure if he's asking if I think there should be anti-discrimination laws for trans people, or if he's asking if I think the laws that don't provide them the protection are unfair. I'm not really sure which way that's going, so, all right. I can ask him for clarification.
Good.
Slippers.
Good morning. Good morning. Nothing beats a Jet 2 holiday.
You like your Jet 2 holidays, Slippers.
Wait, Slippers, what is that from? What is, I see it overlaid on videos, you know, or on ratchet videos, or what's the origination of Jet 2 holiday? Where's it?
So it's an actual it's an actual song, and then somebody just overlaid it with the flight attendant discount announcement. So there actually are two separate artists attached to this whole Jet 2 holiday that we see on social.
We like embracing our inner stewardess in this house.
I think there should be a national push to bring back the word stewardess.
Flight attendant, stewardess, whatever. Is it like politically incorrect to say stewardess anymore?
Probably is.
I beg many pardons.
Steward. Excuse me, stewardess. Can I have some peanut?
The liquor's in the back. I'm telling you what, all the liquored people came up last night. All at the same time. It's just like everybody decided to pop the top on the bottle and get snookered and come to the muff. Like, it was this giant, massive collaboration of incoherent drunk people.
Well, in all fairness, there are some muffs that you need to be liquored up before you come to them. But that's another topic.
Oh my gosh, Alan. Yeah, I've like literally, I went from, we had a room with like really good topical conversation, and all of a sudden I felt like I had started speaking a different language, and like I would make a comment and somebody would go off on this tangent about something that had, and I'm just like, wait, what? What just happened here? It was crazy.
So tainty. I missed you, sir.
Yeah, it was very strange. Like Doc, I haven't seen Doc in here at all. He showed up.
Oh, dude, he's the OG drunk on Clubhouse.
Oh, man.
You're
He's
not
like-
ignoring that dude's face drunk.
He's like the CH representation.
Well, Bruce is, I don't know. Bruce is definitely a little more entertaining as a drunk than Doc is. Doc's more on the obnoxious scale.
Yeah, but Bruce still works. Bruce is still mobile. He gets where the hell he needs to go. He's not sitting up in his house, making pyramids of beer cans and shooting guns, So I would say that Bruce is more of a functional drunk, but Doc is a mess.
Yeah.
That to me was like, what the hell is this?
Doc has been through some shit. Back to your point earlier about serendipity, about that.
Yeah.
Dude, he's been through. I had some conversations with him in the early years where we went in deep into his military experience, and he's literally like the beginning of Saving Private Ryan, like where people are holding their guts in, like the medics on the battlefield are holding people's guts in. He literally did that, and he did it for a solid 4 years in combat zone and totally survived it, which is pretty shocking.
He mentioned like maybe a month ago, someone was talking about some femoral artery or something, and he was saying, oh yeah, there were times, you have to sit there and pull it out and then squeeze it, otherwise, the guy just bleeds out. I mean, just casually talking about it, but that was a scene in Black Hawk Down where the medic is like, he's trying to get at that artery, and he knows if he can't get it, the guy's gonna die. and it slips out of his hand. And the guy is like, and he's like, yeah, I got it, everything's fine. Telling the guy that, knowing that, no, the guy's gonna die. Yeah, Doc is fucked up.
I think his illusions of grandeur and sort of drunk pathology fantasies sort of mixed together, and I think that about 90% of his military stories are either fabricated or extremely embellished. That's the sense I can.
It's hard. It's really hard to say because he definitely. Well, he definitely served in combat, and you definitely see action as far as like you definitely do that as a medic in war. There's no question about it. I agree. I mean, I agree. Knowing him as his personality, I kind of agree. The problem is you really don't know what's real or what's not.
Yeah, but I'm still a pathological liar when I see one.
You know what visual I get every time I see Doc, which makes it really hard for me to take him seriously. Even though sometimes he can be perfectly fine, but sometimes he can really, really annoy me. But I can't get this visual out of my head. It has just followed him for years and years and years for me. Like I see him, and I always go back to one of the first times I heard him in a room talk about his dick being the size of a beer can.
Example.
He's full of shit.
I just cannot, every time I see him, I'm just like,
You could have waited until I got to my office and had at least a bagel. At least a bagel.
Oh my God. It's Friday.
guys, sometimes outrageous things stick with people. Okay?
Maybe it is girthy. Maybe he wasn't talking about.
That's exactly what I was talking about, was skirt.
Can you women on stage take a cold shower, please? Talking about Doc.
Ew, honey, no. We're just talking about a certain part of the anatomy, not particularly him.
Oh, I got it loud and clear.
Serenity, that begs the question. What visual image comes to mind with the rest of us?
That was a good question, Alan. Yeah, would you like to go down the roster on stage?
No.
Alan, I think of a Woody Allen type.
Oh, that's hilarious. Oh my God, y'all. No, we're not doing this.
You would not be wrong, derisive.
Oh,
Others have made that comparison, much to my dismay.
well, I was sort of, teasing you in
No.
a friendly way.
No, I took it that way.
Okay, you're very generous.
Listen, as long as the guys, and I'm speaking in general, but to the guys on the stage, just as long as you don't shave it down too much. I don't know about the other ladies, but a bald penis is not an attractive penis. So please keep some hair on that thing.
Oh my God, Naya, you're so right.
I need some manscaping though, y'all.
But it looks bigger. It looks bigger when it's shaved.
Yeah,
I don't know who told you that.
Allegedly.
I don't know who told you that, but they were.
No, that's not like that's true.
Maybe it is a little true, but it looks like you're vain in a way that's very not masculine when you do.
Oh, I agree. I don't like shaved women either. I mean, I think they need something down there. So, yeah, I think it classes both.
I only date women who completely shaved their body hair completely bald, no eyebrows, no.
So you are like Woody.
You're ridiculous. You're being.
So you are like Woody Allen.
Okay.
Yes.
Oh, gross. So I'm gonna switch it a little bit. So you know that movie with Adam Sandler who does Don't Mess with the Zohar? The Zohar.
Yeah.
Don't Mess with the Zohar. And I love that movie, and I love when he's talking to the other stylist. He's like, no, it's a bush, and he's like, I have the biggest one. And he's like, the other one is like, peeks into the pants, and he's like, it's not that big. He's like, no, I'm talking about the bush. Okay, I'm sorry. It was
Yeah. On the other hand, on the opposite hand of the scale, you should watch The Last Tango in Paris with Brando, because the woman in that, I'm sorry, it's like a shag carpet.
Is that the woman that he like raped? Like
No.
literally raped on set?
I don't.
There's a story behind that. Marlon Brando, there's a story behind a scene that Marlon Brando acted in where he took it like she was resisting in real life and she's resisting in the movie, and it was real. Like he literally took it beyond approval and actually raped her. She talked about it later.
I don't know. I mean, well,
he's an eccentric dude, so I know that one bit, you know.
Yeah, well, I mean, what I remember in that movie is
I think it's that movie. Oh,
yeah, it might have been.
This is John. Please put me in the queue.
Yeah, I don't. What I remember in that movie is that, and what was controversial, is that she pegs him in the movie. And that's part of the movie. But in any event.
Yes, that's it. That's the movie. It was really wrong how Last Tango in Paris' infamous, explicit scene undid its female star. So she claimed that he took it way beyond the script and actually raped her. And that years later she came forward to talk about it.
Yeah, but that's what I don't remember the movie well enough, because the only thing that stuck out there's two things that stuck out to me. Number one, that her pubic hair went from like between her legs up to her navel, and it was a patch that was like maybe 2 inches thick and like 5, and it's a triangle, but maybe 6 inches at its widest point. So that was the first thing. And the second thing is the fact that, not that I was offended by it, but understanding the context of when it came out at the time, the fact that she is anally raping, well, not raping, it was consensual, but she is doing him up his ass.
Conversation.
And he's
not
going,
good.
fuck me, do my ass, whatever.
It says that Marlon Brando and the actress both later said that they were raped on the set. Oh my god. Good grief.
Hey, moderators, this is John. I just want to say, this campaign is still going. We have recruited petition signature gatherers today in Rockford, Peoria, and Bloomington. Shut up! You can shut up. You and stank-ass mouth Marshall Rankin can both shut up, because your negative criticism of this campaign is not approved.
Not too much on Marshall now.
Oh, yeah, there's a lot to throw at Marshall and Stinky Slippers here.
No. We're not going to do that.
Oh, that's okay.
It's too early to have war.
Lift the mood a little bit, some positive mojo vibrations here, because everybody just loves to, shit on me and say that this is a fake campaign, that I'm not really running, I shouldn't be near the levers.
John, sweetheart, nobody has come into this room and shit on your campaign this morning, okay? I wouldn't let that happen either, so let's not center ourselves right just yet. Can we get the coffee down and, just enjoy some nice time? Good vibrations, John.
Well, it's your choice. You're the moderator. I'm done. I just wanted to make the announcement. I'm going to the audience. Have a great day.
Congratulations.
Wait a minute, you're leaving?
Jesus Christ.
We don't get a Friday call? Maybe you said save it for the afternoon.
Yeah, we'll see.
No, let him be in his feels. We'll do a poem later.
I'm happy that he changed the topic from what I was talking about.
Exactly. I'm so happy.
Yeah.
I'm so happy.
Anybody else have shirt poems? Top of your head, too.
Roses are red, violets are blue. Nobody in this room is running for Congress, and John, neither are you.
Was that top of your head? That's the truth.
You guys have a very interesting tolerance level.
Well, if I did speak, and that's a good point, but if I did speak about the things where I'm like, guys, can we not today? There probably be 5 times you hear me talk. You'd be so tired of my voice. So I gotta roll with some things where I gotta pick and choose which ones that I'm like, it's gonna be, okay, if it offends me, it's one thing, but if it's gonna be damaging to the rest of the room, then I'll speak up. I'm not a big fan of talking about forced intercourse.
Jesus Christ.
Right? Yeah. So, I mean, it's a long weekend. We're on holiday.
I'm so excited.
And I just made a new pot of coffee.
What does it taste like?
I don't know, it's brewing.
Okay. Yay. I thought you already had it in your hand.
No, I just started it.
Okay. I actually stick with mine. It's a little foamy, but you know what? It's fine. It's fine. And it's also free. So. Slippers. How's Los Angeles streets these days?
Good. Traffic was a little bit predictable this week, so I decided to leave super early. And yeah, I mean, I tested a good theory, and I feel like this is working out.
Yay! It's great. No protesters lately?
Oh no, they're going to be doing the Palestinian protest probably either today in the afternoon or perhaps tomorrow in the afternoon. I mean, they've been doing it every week for months.
Okay. Anybody else having interesting things happen in their area?
You know what? People are cooking on the Barbie for Labor Day.
Oh, that's a great. I would love a hot dog. Guys, that sounds so. Okay, I know what I'm gonna have. So excited. It's so stupid. I love going to a baseball game and having just a regular hot dog and a beer. That's like the perfect date for me. Like first date. Oh my god, that's like the best.
I had the Dragon Con weekend in Atlanta.
I used to love going to that and just watching people. Like I didn't even have to attend or do any kind of costume or anything. Or there's some rooms I was interested in, but it has gotten so bad. There's just, oh my god, I don't know if anybody else has been there. Do you guys know what the Dragon Con? Does anybody know what?
Well,
Anybody know what con?
Yeah. My granddaughter's just at a Repticon.
The Dragon Con is enormous, like the biggest in the world, potentially.
Yeah.
Huge. They have a parade.
Dragon Con? Is it dragons?
No, it's all geek. It's all geek. You would love it, Nine. It's all geeks. It's like.
Have you guys heard of Comic Con in Los Angeles?
Of course, yeah.
It's very similar to that, and it extended to sci-fi, mostly sci-fi fans, and it has like one of the biggest groups of like vendors from all over, of artists, and like, I mean, for real artists, they're so good, and people who are costumers, just incredible stuff. And they even had one time they had a whole armory, a room full of
They cons combined kind of. So it's got sci-fi, it's got
comics.
And like
There's movie stars.
anime, stuff like it's all part of it. And they have a parade that goes through the city, I think Saturday morning. It's huge. It has like And like so all the cosplayers come together in groups so that they all group up so that as the parade goes through they're all like together in whatever their costume is. And like so you see the Star Wars come through, the play Star Wars theme, and all the Darth Vaders are together, and then all the freaking Stormtroopers are together, and then they'll bring out, you know, like anime shit, like the Powerpuff Girls might be in there, like it's everything. It's everybody dressed like that. And then at night, it's called DragonCon. It's every Liberty Weekend in Atlanta. And then at night, it takes over this entire giant hotel downtown and a bunch of other buildings. But at night, everybody parties out in front of the hotel, fills the whole street. You can't drive on it and stuff. And all of the risque costumes come out. So if you go there at night, like the girls are like half dressed as like anime characters, it's showing their boobs and stuff. Like it gets all risky and crazy at nighttime.
Just walking down the street. Yeah, it's and I have and the people who are in costume, they don't get paid. I mean, the people who are there, the stars from that are from TV shows, movies, things like that. They have appearances in the stars room, so you can go get their autograph. You get pictures taken with them, things like that. People they save their money, and this is what they spend their money on instead of a vacation to go there. There's a quad of four major huge hotels like Hyatt, Marriott, that's downtown, and they're all connected. So they coordinate with all the ballrooms to have these like, what do you call them, sessions, like intro sessions or discussion groups, things like that.
Like they'll have a Star Trek, and they'll have a Star Trek session where everybody that's obsessed with Star Trek will come in. They'll have Star Trek actors there, and they'll have it's like you go at conferences basically, but each conference is based on a geek thing.
Specific topic.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's just really cool. So you get to congregate with a bunch of your the same artists and other fans that are super fans. But if you can imagine any kind of creative genre of a movie, like horror or sci-fi, all that kind of stuff. It's behind the scenes of movies, anything and everything. It's really intense. And you're surrounded. You have to be very careful because there's and I don't know how to explain it. But you have to pay in order to. You didn't have to do this, but now because it's gotten so big, you have to actually pay money to enter any place that any participants are in, and you have to wear a name tag and things like that. It's very, very.
I have a question to people. I've never been to a Comic-Con, but have you guys who've been to Comic-Cons, have you guys cosplayed as a character?
I tried to once and it failed, but that was fun. One of my favorite childhood movies is called The Last Unicorn, and I tried to be the lady in Mafia who was the unicorn turned into the maid, and I tried, but it was incredibly uncomfortable. So I'm just so happy to just watch everybody and everybody just finds so much joy.
My daughter used to always want to go when she was younger, when she was early teens, and she dressed as Chica one time for Five Nights at Freddy's. My wife and I make really good costumes, we're really good at doing that. And so she dressed as Chica one time with the full on head and all that, and body, and then she got into being a furry. We made her a furry, like a big wolf head, and a tail and stuff, which she was really into. And then when she got there, the other furries see her, and they're like, hey, they start grouping together. Well, then we start realizing that all the other furries were in their 20s and they were creepy as fuck. And she's really got a good radar for creepy ass people. So she started noticing it too, and she's like, yeah, they want me to go over there, but I don't want to go. I'm just gonna hang out with you guys. And I'm like, yeah, that's cool, let's go. You're doing this for a different reason, you know what I mean? So it was really good. It was really.
Have you ever gone for card bike? Because I feel like you can pull it off.
Oh my God, you're ready.
Speaking of furries, I run in the Christian circles on Clubhouse too, and I was in a room one day and they were talking about this furry Christian Discord server, and people were laughing and joking about it, but a couple of us actually went over there and sat in on like some of their Bible studies. And oh my gosh, y'all, they were the nicest people. They were absolutely the nicest people. It was so yeah, the furry Bible study group kind of became a big thing in the Christian circles.
They're super nice. They're just they're insanely geeky. Like they're geekier than the normal people, you know.
Yeah.
My daughter, strangely, what she hated about she loves animals, and she always talks about being an animal. Even in her previous life, she talks a lot about how she was an animal before she was a person. And she even when she was a little kid, which is really interesting. So she wanted to be an animal, so that's why we made her this really badass furry costume. And what she hated was it was just hot and miserably uncomfortable all the fucking time. So ultimately, the physical discomfort like overweighed the desire to be in the costume, essentially. So she kind of grew out of it within a good 12 months of like giving it a shot.
You know, I've not done any Comic-Cons, but I have gone to like Doctor Who themed events, which I look forward to because I'm a Doctor Who fanatic. So I'll do Doctor Who cosplay. And now, you know, they have the first black male doctor who was kind of sharply dressed. So that's the one thing I like about the Doctor Who creators, the costuming, they understand the role. They understand that the fanatics like myself are going to want to cosplay, so they make it very easy for us to find outfits similar to the Doctor over the past couple seasons that we can kind of pull together and dress like him. So I like to do the Doctor Who events and dress like one of the Doctors. But really quickly, one of my favorite stories that has come out of San Diego Comic-Con, was a couple years ago. I wonder how many of y'all remember this story. I don't know how true it is, but I remember it went viral. So maybe like 2 or 3 Comic-Cons ago, there was a story that went viral one weekend of a comic creator. He had a booth there. I can't tell you his name, but he had a booth. You know, he's trying to sell his original comic. And the story goes that the head of Disney, Kevin Feige, I can never pronounce that man's last name right, but y'all know who I'm talking about, the Marvel boss. He, according to the story, walked up to the guy's table and was really interested in his comic book. And the guy didn't know it was Kevin. He didn't know he was speaking to the head of Marvel. And the story goes that the comic creator was very dismissive, you know, wouldn't engage. He just thought that Kevin was just some random stranger just asking him a million questions to ignore him. And Kevin eventually walked away, and the story goes that Kevin spoke about it on a stage. So I don't know if y'all remember that story, if it's true, if anybody was there, can confirm, but I always thought that was interesting. You just never know who you're talking to. You never know who's around. And I wonder if this story is true, how that guy felt later, if he found out the gentleman he dismissed at his booth was the head of Marvel.
I mean, I feel like that stuff happens often. I feel like it's interesting. It's like you can meet incredibly famous people all the time and have no idea who they are.
Yeah, and a ton of people fly into Atlanta for Dragon Con. There's a shit ton of Doctor Who stuff there. And the center, what is it? It's like the giant area where all the booths are there. So if you make things or you sell things or whatever, you can have a booth, you know? It's enormous. It's like a gigantic. It's like 4 stories of a trade show. And it costs like $80 to get in to just see the booth.
Per day, though.
Per day. And one time I made my daughter, like I said, wanted to go, and I didn't want to pay for it because she's the only one that really wanted it. But we were all going to go because she's a kid. So I made these badges that I Googled what the badges look like, and so I photocopied it, and I made badges for us and laminated them and shit. And so when you're going in, there's this escalator with like tens of thousands of people nonstop, like an hour or 2. And there's people at the top of the escalator that watch people come up looking for their badges hanging around their necks. But we all put our badges on and we went up the escalator and kind of partially covered them with our coats or whatnot, you know, to make them half-assed up. And we got in and it was perfect. I was like, oh yeah, so awesome. So we went in and we spent the day and we were looking at all the booths and shit. trains and stuff, and then we decided to get lunch, so we had to go right outside the entrance to the courtyard area where the food was. And then everyone was nervous to go eat lunch. I was like, well, we got to get it, so let's just go. Let's take our chances. So we did. So then we come back, and we're about to go in again, and they had like 2 guard people standing there where you enter again from the lunch area. And I was like, I'll go first. So they started walking, and I got 2/3 through, and some geek pointed at me, and they go, hey, that badge doesn't look right. And my wife just fucking was petrified because she's not that kind of person to break rules at all. She's a total rule follower. So she was just like, oh shit. And then my kids were like all scared. And I was like, no, it isn't. Like, no. And then like 3 more geeks came up running up to me and they grabbed my badge and they looked at it and it was super dramatic and they kicked us out. My wife was so fucking angry at me for making her do it. That was my last time I went.
Yeah, I just signed up for the Dragon Con mailing list so I can be aware of this next year because I would definitely go.
I can't believe you haven't heard of it. I guess if you were all the way in California, maybe not. But I think it's bigger. It's bigger than Comic-Con. I think. I don't know. I get on what they say about it.
Have you ever seen anybody in like a full dollar costume? Not.
Gala costume, I think at the 50th anniversary, perhaps. There was a big 50th Doctor Who shindig in LA way back when. And there were a lot of costumes. I think there was some dollars there. The Doctor Who fandom goes all out. It's one of my, I don't know, I'm always excited to see what people do and how creative people get because there's so many characters and monsters that you can choose from. But for the most part, I find that people kind of play it safe. They just want to be one of the doctors, right? Because the costuming is so easy to kind of put together. So I feel like there was some Daleks at the 50th anniversary party at the Universal Studios a couple years. But I'll tell you, I do want to dress up as at any event. I just have to find the right event to go to. One of my favorite horror movie characters is Pinhead from Hellraiser. So I love the opportunity to go to an event dressed up as Pinhead.
Yeah, there's a ton of horror people dressed up there, so that would be a good one.
I was just gonna say quickly, did you know that Doctor Who, the original series, like the old black and white series, did you know that
Oh man, you cut out.
Yeah, you cut out. I didn't hear you.
Sorry, man.
Oh, I cut out?
Yeah.
Am I back?
Yeah, you're back now. Repeat what you said.
So Doctor Who, the theme song to it was written by a woman named Delia Derbyshire back in, what was it, like the early 1960s? It was like 60 years. Yeah. He was one of the very first electronic artists to ever exist.
Oh, you cut out again. Come on.
I heard that part. He said the person who created the original Doctor Who thing was one of the first electronic artists.
Yeah. Like she's like the grandma of like techno music and everything like that. It's like one of the most like revered people in the world for like electronic music, techno music, house music. Yeah, she was and she wrote the Doctor Who thing, but she worked for the BBC. Oh, is it out again? I don't know why. You guys sound fine to me.
Yeah, this happened to me in another room this morning. I was told that I needed to come back, reboot the app, and come back in.
Okay, I'll just do that right now.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I love talking about special topic, special interest.
Well, if there are any doctor, Kristen, I don't know if you landed. I don't want to speak over you. I see your mic is open.
No, I'm so sorry. Go ahead. I'm just.
Yeah. I never know if the person's mic is still open and I don't hear them if it's just glitching out. But for the Doctor Who fans in the room, if y'all don't know this, some of y'all already know for the fans that the Doctor has 2 hearts. So he has 4 heartbeats, I think it is.
actually was friends with two victims of the grooming gangs.
Oh wow! I hate that.
I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised. I mean, it's a rather small island, and if so many people have been assisted for over 30 years, you're gonna know, like, not just one or two. That's bad.
Yeah. You should have invited him up and see if he'll talk about it, because he's a great guy. He's very calm and chill and nice and lovely.
I don't know. On a Friday, I really don't want to hear it. I'm sorry. I mean, if you want to hear it, cool, I'll go. But it just turns my stomach so bad. And
I don't know what day it triggers me like nothing else. I've never been so fucking triggered by this.
But let me ask you a question. This is a form of entertainment, correct?
What?
This app.
Okay.
Okay. So continuing to have conversations about things like that, as much as people do on this app, you don't think that tends to be a bit unhealthy?
Yes, I agree. That's why I would rather not.
We don't have to talk about it right now. That's okay. Like, I'm not trying to force the issue. I just wanted to say, Rumor has like personal experience with that. He's a good person to talk to.
Yeah, he's cool.
I was just going to say that the fact that the doctor has two hearts and that therefore there's four heartbeats and it relates to the music theme, I guarantee that the composer, unless he says it, just thought it was a cool rhythm and wrote it, and then after the fact, it was like, oh, by the way, he's got two hearts, so that matches the music.
There was a woman who composed music. It was Delia Derbyshire. That's what I was saying earlier. So she was like one of the first electronic artists to ever exist. She used theremins, and there's like some other synthesizers that she used, but it's like very early in the synth phase. And then that lead line is actually it's a guitar part, but what she did was she manipulated the tape that it was recorded to and like slowed it down. There's like a whole crazy process behind it. But the theme song is super sick in Doctor Who. And it's really famous for being essentially the very first like electronic theme song to like ever.
When did Doctor Who start?
I think it was like 62.
And when did Forbidden Planet come out? I'd be curious. I mean, because the theremin has been used for a long time.
It was used in Star Trek too. Like, it's been used a lot of.
Yeah, but I'd have to look it up because, I mean, the score to Forbidden Planet was entirely electronic. But I mean, that's all cool. I never liked Doctor Who, so. And obviously you do, you want, so.
Yeah, no, you're right. I mean, the theme song was composed long before the Doctor's Anatomy was mentioned in the series. But over time, as they, each new season, they give us a new theme song. And it feels like they really capitalize, they really highlight.
Been involved in that. Most of the time, it's like, let me just come up with something. Please, God, let the producers like what I'm doing so I can move on to the next thing.
Huh?
If you're writing music for a film or TV, that's your overriding thought.
Oh, sorry.
I don't know. I think she was a serious musician who just created it for them.
It's all seriousness.
Delia Derbyshire is like, she's one of the most famous composers, especially with like electronic music. Again, people call her like the grandmother of like techno because she essentially like her approach to making music is very similar to how like early techno artists were like making music back in like the 80s when it started. But I wasn't saying that it was the very first ever electronic theme song or whatever, but it was one of the first.
It's absolutely, it was a popular show, and to have a purely electronic theme song in the days of when everything was done with live musicians, yeah, I mean, it is absolutely significant in that fact.
Do you know what I love? Because you just made me look up Forbidden Planet. I remember this film now. And what I love is that it's starring Leslie Nielsen. Do you guys know who Leslie Nielsen is?
Yeah, of course, yeah.
Yeah, the guy that did The Naked Gun. It's so fucking amazing. I forgot that he was in this film first.
Well, that was the whole point, is that they hired him, they hired Robert Stack, all of these actors who were famous for doing very serious roles, and to have them in the movie, that was the whole gag, that their characters were totally serious, saying ridiculous things. Yes. Well, I'm sure, and don't call me Shirley. No, I've got the line right. No, I'm not joking, and don't call me Shirley. Shirley, you must be.
Alan,
Got Clarence for Roger, get the Victor.
I posted in the chat for you the penal law in 1996 that went into effect to California to give the 10-year discretionary period.
You guys are going back to this again?
He started it in chat. Titball.
I love how Slippers keeps it real. He's like, y'all, are we gonna have to call you out on this again? We have to.
I don't like it when people misrepresent.
You know, I like data, I like information, and I do take a lot of trust, and what is it? I do feel like the people who speak I already give them a lot of credence for their accuracy because trust them.
You'll just ignore the chat, okay?
I'm not even looking at the chat. I'm sorry. I'm working. There's the chat saying, oh.
Good morning, Sean. I just and you.
What's up?
Hey,
You guys have my head spinning talking about techno. Let me just say, Orbital from the UK and Prodigy. That's right. Remember that song by Prodigy? I'm a stop tech. And they also did that song, Smack My Bitch Up.
Yeah, it's a good song. What about it? What about it, though? What about it?
Oh, just techno. Some of the early synthesizer / techno music that came out. I like Lords of Acid too. I'm taking it way back, so I don't know how many of you know about Lords of Acid. That was Prog.
But wait, where did that come from, though? Like, where did this?
Oh, I thought you guys. I heard something about synthesizers talking. Was it Alan and you were talking?
Not really. I mean, kind of. We were talking
Yeah, we're talking about Julian Derbyshire. He was like the grandmama of techno. Yeah.
See, I'm a music head, so when I hear music, I just go a little bit nuts, and then my brain just like gets totally washed and starts thinking about it. That's where I can. But yeah, what's going on? What are we talking about today?
I think we're just shooting the shit right now. I'm at work right now. I'm like half working and half talking.
I mean, we're talking about Doctor Who. And fun facts about Doctor Who stuff.
Yeah, I don't know anything about Doctor Who. Who? It's Doctor Who.
You should get into it. You know what? You should watch the old Doctor Who series. It's like really, really good.
But then it gets better with the revival. When they revived it in 2005, it just gets better and better and better. You know, David Tennant is my favorite Doctor. So yeah, y'all, you can go back and watch it from the very beginning or some of the older classic episodes. But I would tap into the revival episodes that started in 2005 with Christopher Eccleston reviving the role of the ninth Doctor, and leading up to the first black male Doctor that just wrapped the most recent season. Yeah, some of y'all know I'm a Doctor who I'm obsessed with this show. So, yeah.
Because I'll bore you talking about.
Yeah, no,
I love it. Other
really
people
enjoyed
are
it.
allowed.
Fun. I heard about it, but I never knew that it was off of something from even previous to that, but I've never seen any of it. So that'd be kind of cool to watch it from the beginning. Like that'd be so binge worthy. It sounds like. And I trust your judgment. I like your taste in knowledge when it comes to film.
Now,
Movies.
people get on this. They get on like we've got Jaro back there talking about the same thing he's been for the past however long he's been on Clubhouse. So I think it's fair, Nye, that you can, if you want to nerd out about whatever it is, I am so willing to hear you because I appreciate Dr. Who. I'm not a huge fan, but I'm definitely in the audience of that. Like I love the story of the Toms and of River Pond and
River Song and Amy.
River Song.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yes, I knew that. I got that wrong. So, yeah, it's really interesting. And it was like, well, why can't, it always poses questions like, well, what about that? Well, how does that work? Okay, what is the deal with this stupid screwdriver? So, all of it's very interesting.
Who's a fan of VR, by the way? I like VR a lot. I even cried when Anthony Edwards' character died. Same.
But we're talking about Doctor Who now because I'm letting other people they've had plenty of time to nerd out about this.
Well, all I'll say is this: one of the best moments of Doctor Who, spoiler, is when Captain Jack Harkness was revealed to be the face of Bo.
Yeah.
One of the most amazing episodes, one of the most amazing reveals. You have to watch many, many, many episodes to get to that reveal. Sorry to spoil it for anyone who might be thinking about going back to watch it. But yeah,
I love
Captain
him.
Jack, I loved him. River Song, David Tennant's years with Martha. David Tennant's Doctor was the best 3 years of Doctor Who in the history of Doctor Who, in my opinion. And I got the opportunity to interview him and the Black Doctor. So I'm kind of embedded in the Who universe a little bit.
How was that?
That's pretty cool. He's probably like the nicest guy. He comes across as like super nice.
David Tennant, I got to interview him about a totally different project some years ago. I think it was an HBO series. And HBO had a press event I got invited to, so I got to speak to him. It was via Zoom. He wasn't actually there. The rest of the cast was there in person. So I got to speak to him via Zoom, and I tied in a Doctor Who question to ask him about the character on the HBO series. I don't even remember what the series was called. That was like 5 or 6 years ago. But the Black Doctor, I interviewed him a couple months ago, and it was absolutely fabulous, that interview. And what's interesting is, sorry guys, for those of you who've heard me tell this story already, I'm going to make it really quickly because I'm just so proud of this moment. What's interesting is I had always heard that the BBC is very, very particular about granting interviews with the Doctor Who cast. So I've been trying to get an interview with any one of them for years, never had any luck. And then just recently, when this most recent season that just wrapped before it aired, Disney reached out and said, hey, do you want to interview the new Doctor and his companion? Absolutely. But what's interesting is I'm all about projection and manifestations. I believe in that wholeheartedly. I know some people think it's, folklore and magic and all this shit. And about 2 or 3 weeks before I got the interview request, I've been following the BBC and Disney drama. Because Disney inked a deal with BBC a couple years ago to start streaming the new seasons, and now they're fighting over contracts and IPs and creative control. And there was reports that the Black Doctor, Chakute Gadwa, if I'm saying his name right, wasn't coming back. So I was reading all these reports about him not coming back. And while reading these reports, I was stumbling upon interviews that he's done and some stage plays that he's done, and remarking to myself just how beautiful this man is. His skin just always glows, even on the series and in interviews. He's just beautiful. And I said to myself, if I ever get a chance to interview him, I'm going to ask him about his skincare. What is his skincare regimen? What's his process? And then lo and behold, about a week after having this thought, Disney's like, hey, do you want to interview him? I'm like, yeah. And so we did the interview, and at the end of the interview, I got to ask him about his skincare. He just loved it.
What did he say?
female companion said I can, testify to that. I've witnessed it. He's very much and I'm paraphrasing here, like the impression that I walk in with is he's a health freak. He works out. You can tell he works out. He's fit. And he said he just drinks a lot of water. And I think he said he eats a lot of fruit. So, yeah. He was simply darling to interview. And,
did you nerd out afterward, though? I know you had to keep your head on. Did you nerd out afterward?
I nerded out at the beginning. I told the team, I said, they gave us 7 minutes. I said, please make sure I get all 7 minutes. Do not cut my interview short. I'm a Doctor Who fanatic. And then when they connected us on the interview, because it was via Zoom, I said it again. I said, I'm very nervous. So, and when I get nervous, I tend to talk fast and slur my words because I just get I have too many words in my mind that aren't coming out fast enough. So I made it clear to him during the interview, I'm very nervous to speak to you. I'm a Who fan through and through. And he was simply darling. Was so impressed and just very humbled by my fandom. So it was a wonderful, I'm glad I got the opportunity to speak to him. Now, my bucket list now is Keanu Reeves. He's got a movie coming out in a couple months, and I'm hoping I get Keanu Reeves and Gary Oldman. Those are my bucket list interviews. So if I can get Keanu Reeves and Gary Oldman by the end of the year, I will be a happy.
Those would be great. I hope you get those. I'll definitely want to listen to those. Yeah.
I'm so happy for you. Oh my God, that's amazing. That is so cool.
I will tell you this, because my thing is film and TV. That's what I went to college for, to be a film and TV writer. I have written a Doctor Who pilot. So that's another thing. If I can just get into that orbit, find a writer, find a showrunner, and pitch my pilot for a new season. I don't care what doctor they do, use the episode with. But I would love to be a writer on that show. I mean, a girl can dream.
Absolutely. And in fact, to tie it back to Dragon Con, just because I know, people who go there and who also are big fans of several things, there are people who would take that script that you're writing and do it independent. I know it's different, but if you're interested, there are people there who would do their own kind of fan films, and they kind of take their own writing, and they do their own shoots, and people for local talent, things like that, for their own, because they're hobbyists and they do that on their own. There's a guy who's done X-Men, and he had the opportunity to interview Patrick Stewart, and it's just really cool. There's a lot of people who are like, yay, cool costumes, yay, but then there's other people who take the fandom to they make more of it. It's really cool. Hearing you talk now, I'm like, you need to go to Dragon Con ASAP. I'm all excited for it.
No, you're right. Fan fiction is one avenue. I think my only concern is how strict the BBC is with IP and copyright. Even if I wanted to go out and if I wanted to go out and shoot my little Doctor Who pilot myself and just have fun with it as a fan fiction kind of form and hire an actor to be the Doctor and the companion, I'd be worried that, the BBC would be like, take it down if I put it on YouTube or something.
Right. If you took money for it, then it would have an issue. Or if you refer to any of their trademark stuff, that's been trademarked, you'll have to do some research on that. But if you don't take any money and you just put it out there, they can't do anything. They can if they wanted to, but there's a lot of fan fiction stuff. For example, the only one I know of that comes to mind right now, for the sake of brevity, is there was a lady who did Wednesday Addams and did if she was grown up and if she was part of society now, and she was fantastic. It was so funny, but they made her take down her videos because it wasn't Wednesday Addams. It was a copyrighted name, and Addams Family and stuff like that. So, but somehow the guy who did X-Men, he was able to do the same. He was able to get his videos done, his film, and put them up on YouTube. That was his venue. I haven't talked to him in a long time, but I could ask him if maybe you guys might talk, because he's so super nice and very level-headed. And anyway, I'll see if I can get his name in there. Green.
Yeah, I remember when Twilight was big, there was a lot of Twilight fan fiction.
Oh yeah, I read it.
And remember the Slender Man fan fiction, which ultimately was turned into a movie.
Oh, interesting. Okay, you're right. I didn't know that was a fanfic, though.
I think so. If we have any fact checkers in the house, they can confirm that. But yeah, I do believe Slender Man started off as fan fiction,
That's
and then turned into a film. And then remember the true life case of the girls? There were these two girls who had some mental, deficiencies, and they took Slender Man to heart. They thought he was real, and they went and killed a classmate, or they attempted to kill a classmate and sacrifice her to Slender Man. Yeah.
Dude. Thank you for sharing that.
Kristen, yeah, I always get excited about movies and TV, and anything Doctor Who related is always piques my interest.
I'm trying really hard, y'all.
What's the matter?
Not to say Alan just had this conversation with me.
What? Huh?
Yeah, just read the bill.
I just did.
Yes, so you see the part where it says a victim under 14 years of age, and, because the and is important, 10 years difference. That's talking about the crime itself. It's not talking about the requirements for registration. And in fact, that bill changed it for 14 years.
You understand.
Under the age 14, and it changed it to 7 years. There is nothing in that bill that talks about the registration post-conviction of the sexual predator.
Alan, you understand that bill is specifically about the penal code regarding a judge's discretion to on sexual acts. It's not about the crime. That bill, essentially, the way it was originally worded, gave judges the discretion in vaginal intercourse circumstances for them to be able to waive the mandatory sex offender registry in consensual situations as long as there was not more than a 10-year age gap. What that bill did was the reason. Wait, let me finish. I promise I will let you rebut me. I will let you rebut me. Okay? But the bill originally, that penal code gave judges the discretion in vaginal intercourse circumstances that were consensual, that the judge could waive the right to the mandatory sex offender registry. When the bill was changed, it was changed to include oral and anal sex because there was a bias against same-sex couples that consensually engaged in sexual relations that were within that 10-year age gap period. And so there was a bias against them because of that. So they changed the bill to include oral and anal sex along with vaginal penetration to relieve That's why that bill was changed.
Okay, first of all, the wording here is important. The 10-year distinction only applies to the crime itself with a victim under 14 years of age. And that bill changed it from 10 years to 7 years. That's all that bill addresses. Now, the provision that the judge and the way the Democrats presented it as, well, people who were involved in vaginal sexual assault already have this exception, is a false claim. There was nothing in that bill. I just read through the entire bill. There was nothing in that bill that pertains to this requirement of sexual registration and putting any requirement on that sexual registration and saying that, oh, there's a 10-year period. So again, it's the conflation in relation to a number of things. One of them is a victim 14 years of age and 10 years older. It's talking about the crime, not talking about registration.
No.
And the entire bill.
Hold on. I'm going to pull it up for you.
Because and please give me the page number. That'll help.
Yeah, because it's only 7 pages long, and a lot of it. Okay, here we go. Let's see what happened. The page numbers. The existing law under the Sex Offender Registration Act requires a person. A willful failure to register as required by the Act is a misdemeanor or felony. This bill would exempt from mandatory registration under the Act a person convicted of certain offenses involving minors if the person is not more than 10 years older than the minor and if the offense is the only one requiring the person to register. The penal code is amended to read as follows. Sections 290 to 290.024. Inclusive shall be known and may be cited as the Sex Offender Registration Act. All references to the Act in these sections are to the Sex Offender Registration Act. The whole bill is about the Sex Offender Registration Act, Alan. Every person described for the rest of the person's life while residing in California shall register with the chief of police of the city in which they're residing or the sheriff of the county if the person is residing in an unincorporated area. Okay, blah, blah, blah. I'm going to get past that. The following persons shall register, and it goes down to list people convicted in any court in that state or in any federal or military court who have committed in the perpetration or an attempt to perpetrate rape or any act punishable under blah, blah, blah. And it goes through those. Notwithstanding, a person of a violation subdivision of Section 286 shall not be required to register if at the time of the offense the person is not more than 10 years older than the minor as measured from the minor's date of birth to the person's date of birth, and the conviction is the only one requiring the person to register. All of this is from the Penal Code of 1996, okay? And they're saying that this section shall remain in effect. It is hereby amended to read, I'm trying to get to the meat of it, inclusive shall be, it's citing a lot of law. Okay, every person, that's just the whole, why do I feel like this? SB 145, Alan. SB 145.
I'm reading from, you said this was SB 1148. Let me check the number.
No, it's SB 145.
Well, you just about 20 minutes ago cited SB 1128.
No, I didn't. I said the whole argument has been about SB 145.
Which was enacted when?
This was enacted in like 2019. And this is the one that the Republicans threw a hissy fit about, saying, oh, look, California's adding the 10-year law. The 10-year law already existed from 1996 forward. And it's with relation to the fact that mandatory registration was required except in instances of vaginal penetration, and they changed the law to include oral and anal sex. That was the purpose in the change of the law, was because it was unfairly targeting same-sex couples that consensually had sex that may have fell under that statutory rape issue. And the judge didn't have the discretion to not force them to register. So that's why they changed the law.
Am I on mic? Because
yes.
Yes. You just, I'm trying to scroll back, but I just saw the thing. Alan, I just posted the 1996 Penal Code law that had the 10-year exception. And previous to that, you said 1128. And I'm looking over 1128, which is 137 pages. That's the one I'm reading from. Now you're talking about there we go. Senate Bill 1128. Modified aspects of the Sex Offender Registration Act.
Alan, go look at the chat. It says SB 145. Go look at the chat.
I'm looking at the chat right now.
And it says SB 145. Can somebody else tell me I'm not crazy? Does the chat say SB 145?
The chat, I'm looking at it right now. Let me take a screenshot, put it in my PTR for you. It was 28 minutes ago.
No, 34 minutes ago. I got 33 minutes ago.
Yeah, well, no.
I'm going to see my PTR too. Look.
Yeah, 28 minutes ago. Okay, so from 1996, now you just mentioned 2019. So you may be correct that in 2019, they changed the law again to make it a 10-year exception.
No, the 10-year exception was there in 96.
No, it isn't.
Yes, it is.
I put a link in the chat.
It is in Penal Code 290. Yes, it is. Oh, Addie, please. I cannot.
I put it in the law. I put the text to that actual bill in the chat. And I just stated specifically what it says. Now, there may be a conflation between the conviction, what constitutes a conviction, and what people are convicted over. But it changed it from 14 years and 10 years age difference to 14 years and 7 years difference as part of the penal code. But it says nothing about the requirements of sex registration. And there's various things about, well, you have to be on it a minimum of 10 years.
The 10-year thing isn't about how long you have to be on the sex offender registry. The 10-year gap is applicable to, there has to be a less than 10-year age gap between the alleged perpetrator and the alleged victim in consensual sexual acts. It has absolutely nothing to do with how long they have to be registered. And that's just about that age gap. But SB 145 was amended to include oral and anal sex so that same-sex couples would not be penalized having to be sex offender registries because the judge didn't have the same discretion with them that he had with vaginal intercourse. Like that is it. I don't know what bill you're even talking about as far as the criminal acts. The bill that I'm talking about that Republicans lost their shit over was SB 145. It is about registration.
Yes, I get it. And your argument and the argument that you presented yesterday and that the Democrats said as, oh, you're losing your shit over nothing, is the fact that they said that that 10-year exception was already part of the law, and 28 minutes ago, or now 30 minutes ago, you presented SB 1128 as the proof that that 10-year exception already existed for vaginal intercourse, and I just sat and I put the link in the chat for SB 1128, and that 10-year exception did not exist since 1996. So the fact that the Democrats objected to that and the reasons why they did it were valid, because it did make a 10-year exception for everybody.
SB 1128 was a modification of SB 1378, which is where the 10-year age difference consideration originally went into effect. It was not mentioned in SB 1128 because they didn't change it.
Yes,
but it is in 1378, which was back in 1996, Alan.
And SB 1128 deals and relates specifically to a victim under the age of 14. And I think Abby will tell us that the word "and" is extremely important. And 10 years difference. That's what it applies to. We're talking about, it doesn't say anything about somebody who is 15 and 10 years difference, someone who's 16 and it's someone who's 14 and 10 years difference. And what is being presented is that, oh, for anybody at any age, if there's a 10 years difference, well, then that's okay. That was never the case.
No, you're wrong.
Okay.
You're wrong.
Serenity, I appreciate
Google
the nature under which we are having this conversation. So let me say it definitively. I'm right, double infinity.
I'm right. Infinity times infinity.
Oh, damn, I forgot that one. Okay. But again, let us also say that for those who don't know, this entire conversation was based on the fact that Serenity was saying there was some fucked up shit that Republicans have done, and on that premise we both agree. Okay, so thank you. Okay. Yeah. And I'm right, infinity.
No, I already used infinity.
Double infinity. Ha.
Maybe. That's how we argue up in this joint, y'all. It's SB 145, Abby. That's the one talking about what that law changed. on stage working? Jess.
Yep, I'm trying to plow out these stories so I can get off work early today and have the rest of my day.
What?
I want pizza. I'm trying to go get pizza.
Well, I just want to say I hate the dialects. I hate everything about them. And when I watched Doctor Who, it was a complete turnoff. And I hate their voices, the voices they use, that in order to just disgusted me. So I just want you to know that I just had, as much as you love it, it drives me crazy. Thank you very much.
Look at my PTR.
I know. Exterminate, Jesus. But I liked the doctor, the guy with the long hair, I forget his name. It was those episodes that I watched.
Alan, one of my favorite, and this will be funny to no one but me, for all the wrong reasons. One of my favorite Doctor Who scenes is the Doctor, they travel back in, I think, Great Depression, New York. I'm not sure. There's a bunch of New Yorkers living in the park. They have to move to the park because the Daleks have taken over, et cetera, et cetera. And so they're homeless in the park, and they have appointed this black guy, kind of a preacher man, as the leader of all the homeless in the park. And the Daleks show up to the park because they're about to kill everyone. And the black preacher steps forward and he delivers this long soliloquy about unity and we're all the same. The Daleks, they just stand there quietly and they let him deliver this long monologue. And then he's like, so what do you say, Daleks? Can we live in peace and unity and harmony? And they're like, exterminate. And they fry him on the spot. It's one of the best moments in the history of Who.
You know, that's hilarious, and it reminds me of the Borg with Star Trek in a sense. You know, like, yeah, that's all nice, but we don't care. That's hilarious.
It does get tiring, though, I agree. Because for years, the Christmas special, or at least the season finale, either the season finale or the Christmas special always centered on the Cybermen or the Daleks. And thank God the last couple of seasons, they introduced some new antagonists, because I'm with you. The Daleks and the Cybermen are classic Who villains, but it gets kind of old. It's been old. We need some new villains.
Yeah, there's only one episode comes to mind is where these two planets have been locked in battle. Like they hate each other, they want to start a war, but they're using computers, so the computers can never calculate the perfect move to actually start the war. And Doctor Who is like, just do something, anything, it doesn't matter.
Can you give me like a Cliff Notes version of what the hell it's about?
Doctor Who's basically about, he's a Time Lord, he's a 1,000-year-old Time Lord from the planet of Gallifrey. There was a great war between the Time Lords and the Daleks many moons ago. The planet was destroyed, most of the Time Lords were destroyed. For a while there, the premise was the Doctor was the only Time Lord left, but then, over the seasons you learn about the Master, so that they're not all completely dead. They introduced new Time Lords here and there. But it's about a Time Lord who can regenerate, and so each new season, the Doctor dies, but he doesn't really die, he just regenerates into a new Doctor. So that's why we've had like 14, 15 Doctors now with the history of the show. And he travels all through time and space. His spaceship is called a TARDIS, which stands for Time and Relative Dimension in Space. It's bigger on the inside. It looks like a police, hold on, phone call coming through. It looks like a classic British police phone box. So he travels in that generally with an American companion. His companions have always been, not American, human companions. And he has fondness for humans, and he's called upon, by intergalactic forces and the UNIT. UNIT is the government agency based out of the UK that battles all things supernatural. So when there's a supernatural threat, the Doctor and his companion are called to save the day. So that's pretty much the gist of it. He's an alien time traveler who saves humans and other alien races from imminent danger.
What's interesting about that, hang on a second.
What's interesting about that from a writing perspective is that you can literally
Do anything you want to do.
create a storyline for an episode that basically has him doing anything you want him to be doing. Like, there's just literally an open-ended, fictional, creation board. It's like a blank slate. It allows you to literally write absolutely anything. It's almost like there's no rules. It's super interesting. I mean, it's interesting how, generic it is.
Well, like, yeah,
just recently I did a press junket for Outlander Blood of My Blood, right? And one of the actors, I gotta pull up his name escapes me, but he very famously, he's been in a lot of shows, but he very famously played Vincent Van Gogh in an epic Doctor Who episode. I mean, his performance as Van Gogh, it makes you tear up, especially at the episode.
So that answers one of my questions. So they do encounter like real people from history.
Oh yeah, they definitely do real people.
Okay.
Definitely do real people. So I was doing the junket, and even though the junket was about Outlander, every reporter that came up to speak to this one guy all asked him about Doctor Who. Because of his performance as Van Gogh. And we couldn't even get to the Outlander questions without the Doctor Who question first. So it resonates, these characters and these characters and these masters. So yeah, yes,
That's interesting that everyone was asking about that. It reminds me of, many years ago, I don't know what year it was, maybe 2010-ish, maybe later than that. I had this being Toyota, one of those little boxing cars. It was sponsored by Toyota, so it was all like a show, like I take it to car shows. So I did it for like 2 years for the Scion brand on behalf of Toyota, just a part-time thing, just for fun. And at the end of it, they like retired the program, and so they gave us this all-expenses paid trip to Miami for all the people that had cars that were basically with them. And they flew us down there, and they gave us a bunch of money on a pillow, like cash on our pillow. And it was like 4 days in Miami, South Beach, and they had all these events lined up. And
Really got me rid of other people. You remember Steve, he was in there earlier. There was a question about if Israel said he's a net positive or net negative. And he went on this whole eternal flame, baby.
I'm sure I just cut show myself. So everybody moved to the other room looking for. Okay, you make your own car that much? I look back and Rainbow's all by himself on the stairs, whatever he comes. So I walk over and I say, hey, Ray. He said, yeah, I'm like, Mike. Hey, we're just shake hands. We sit down. We talked for like 20 minutes. Just me and him, just chilling at a table. And it was so cool because, to your point, the reason I tell the story is the one thing they didn't say one fucking word about was the office. I talked about 6 Feet Under, which is my favorite show. We talked about him on there. We talked about a couple movies he was in. But I literally never said one fucking word about The Office. And it was on purpose because I thought like that's probably all people ever want to talk about.
Speaking of The Office, you're gonna watch. I was a huge fan of that show. I love The Office. They have that spin-off starting called The Paper.
I saw that. Yeah, I saw the spin-off. Yeah, I'll definitely watch it. Have you seen The British Office?
You know what, Mike? I've seen episodes over the years. Only recently did I start from the beginning. I said, let me go back and watch The British Office because I miss The Office, and I've seen every episode of the American Office a dozen times at least, right? So I said, let me go back and start watching from the beginning, the British version. I literally just started it maybe 2 or 3 weeks ago.
Okay, so when I watched The British Office maybe a year or 2 into the American Office, but not recently. And so I feel like if you went back and watched The British Office now, because it was only, I think, 2 seasons and they canceled it on purpose because Rich K. Gervais wanted to end on a high note. The American Office was on so long that I feel like it became much more polished and much more, probably a better show, I guess, toward the end of its run, for sure, than The British Office was. So I feel like if I watch it now, exactly and repeated the characters and everything. But I liked how dirty the British one was. Like it was a little more perverted, its humor, and I thought I liked that because the American Office was kind of a washed down version. I thought from like an outrageous perverted standpoint. But I think now if I watch the British Office, I probably wouldn't enjoy it as much as I enjoy the American Office in general. That's just a guess though.
You know, speaking of the American Office, I read just recently John Krasinski. This is really interesting. He said his greatest regret was when he got cast in the show. He and his buddies decided to go down to Scranton, just to film Scranton, you know, kind of like research as an actor. And he had his, you know, camera and or his a phone, whatever. He just filmed some footage. And the showrunner, or maybe it was the executive producer, somewhere over this network, saw his footage and asked him, "Hey, can we use your footage as part of the opening for the show?" So the footage that we see as the opening, you know, opening credits on The Office, that is actual homemade footage that John made. And at the time, they said, "We'll give you $1,000 to use it." And he's like, "Okay." And he said that's his biggest regret because had he known any better, he would have accepted, you know, he would have negotiated for some residuals. And he would be a millionaire now because his footage is used as the opening credits of the show across reruns, you know, across all seasons of the show. You stream it now, you see the opening credits, which is his footage. And so he's like, damn, he really threw himself out of, you know, a lifelong payday by not really fully realizing the power he had in negotiating, you know, maybe some residuals were more than just a single $1,000 payout for his footage.
That's interesting. He definitely made it big because of the show and the movies and stuff like that now. And he's very definitely blunt.
Hey, I hate to interrupt your all-day, week-long conversation about Doctor Who, but I just wanted to tell you, Mike, as a campaign donor, we're putting your money to good use this weekend. We are gathering signatures on our petitions, and especially at the parades on Monday.
How many do you need total?
700 confirmed signatures, but we want to get way past that.
Seems like that would be pretty easy to get, I would think.
It's a lot harder than you would expect. Some people, you ask them to sign and they just scribble. They don't even, it's not even a valid signature.
Oh, because you got to get them to really sit down and put all their real information in.
Yeah. Hot chicks with MAGA hats and American flags gathering signatures. They won't even have to move. Men will just come up to them and sign.
Listen, the way I look at what you're doing is we're politically aligned. So that's easy to understand. And then you're doing something. You're literally doing something when other people just talk. And so I respect that. It doesn't mean going to try to do. And I support that idea. Clubhouse aside. I don't think Clubhouse is a format to really be successful at it, but that's just my take.
Yeah, it's easy to get attacked by people who click a mute and an unmute button on this app as if it actually means anything. You know, getting angry over loser tards on this app who want to criticize me for doing what I'm doing. I mean, it's a me problem if it actually bothers me.
I mean, personality side, you're smart enough. You're certainly smart enough to hold down a role like that in real life. And like I said, we're politically aligned, so I'd rather have you than somebody that's opposed to us politically.
Well, I mean, it's not political to want to have a fair and balanced budget. That's the point is they're going beyond politics. They're stealing from us. They're robbing us. They're looting us. They're shaming us into an unfair bargain and a deal that we're not signing up for when we vote for these people. $2 trillion a year when we only collect $5 trillion a year. And it's not even $2 trillion. It's more than that. It's like $2.3 trillion a year. So they're looting the Treasury. The Federal Reserve is allowing Congress to do this, and Congress is allowing the Federal Reserve to do this. So until people start calling that out, that diabolical union between an international banking cartel and our Congress, I mean, you could say it's our, confederation of banks, but I mean, it is what it is. Trump can't get him to lower the rate.
John, when I hear you talk about this stuff, it concerns me not that you're going to win or lose, but that you're going to be assassinated for exposing this corruption.
Yeah, it's that cat's out the bag. There's bigger mysteries than that morons can't figure out. So I'm not worried about calling out the Federal Reserve when you can't even fire people that work there, because then they tell their sorority judges on the federal bench, you can't fire her. You can't fire her.
Nobody has any passion about fiscal responsibility anymore. It's the reason we have two political parties that couldn't give a shit less about it. It's not an issue. It's just very divisive. Pretty much uniformly, no one gives a shit.
Look at Abby asking, what's the difference between per capita? Per stirps? Do you want to go at it with? We can get into some basic trust and estate discussion. How do you understand how per capita is defined? Okay, Abby. Abby knows everything. She's such a genius lawyer, but yet she's on Clown House talking 40 hours a week. Wow, what an impressive Clown House career, Abby.
Clubhouse itself, I think the value of Clubhouse is directly related to the individuals within.
I think Yarl just learned what the word per capita. I think he just learned. I don't think he knows what it means. I think he just learned how to say it recently, and it's like a thing because he runs around Clubhouse accusing people of not understanding per capita, and he throws out ridiculous statistics that are completely inaccurate, and then he argues in ways that represent sometimes that he generally understands per capita, and sometimes he has no fucking clue what it means. But it's like his buzzword. He should name himself per capita. It should be like his freaking Clubhouse name.
Well, people on this app don't even know multiplication. Why would you expect them to know division?
What is per capita?
Here's how Charles argues. He did this with us the other day on here. He says Americans are they have 5 times more violent crimes than Canada does. And so then we Google it, we look it up, and it comes up to 1.8, I think it was, or something in that example. And so we say, oh, no, here it is. It's 1.8. So what he'll do is he'll say, hang on, John's not going to let me talk. Let me bring him back in 1 second. He can defend himself here in a second. So he'll say 5 times. He'll say, actually, here it's 1.8. Here's the source. He'll say, that's double as much. See? And we're like, when you said it was 5 times, but that's double as much. You guys are fucking horrible. And you're like, but now you're moving the goalposts. You said 5. Can you acknowledge you're wrong about 5, and then we'll stop and talk about 2? It happens, right? And then you'll throw out per capita as a buzzword, and then it's like a revolving. Dude, we annihilated things 2 days ago. I mean, it was really sad, actually. But now I'll let him come up and defend himself. Hang on a second.
No, but he did try cooking a shepherd's pie in a crock pot yesterday.
So, very quickly.
Do you know anybody that can actually cook and talk on Clown House at the same time?
I don't think we should think serendipity is 1.6. Maybe I said violent crimes, I don't remember, but the actual statistic that I was referring to is homicide rates from firearms. The homicide rate from firearms in the United States is, actually the last time they tracked it was 4.054 per, I believe it's 100,000 people. And in Canada, it was 0.704 that same day. That is just about 500% difference. It's maybe the math, maybe I'm off by a handful of percents, but it's 100% accurate. And to your statistic, I think it's violent crimes. I mean, again, the point stands, Mike. A 200% difference, or even a 100% difference, is massive, right? In other countries, look at when they compare crime statistics, they'll say there's a 10% difference, a 15% difference, a 5% difference to European countries. But if you compare it to America, it's a 200% difference. You can make fun of the fact that, I said 200, but it's 175%, or I said 500, and really it's 475%. But it doesn't matter.
relative to ours. It's very close. It's not higher than you. I think per capita wise, it's actually higher than us. Violent crimes, including death.
Yes,
That's our one method.
So it's violent. Because in Canada, sure, yeah, we'll drop gloves, we'll fight, we'll have fist fights. That's fine. That's totally fine. That's great. Fist fight people. Don't shoot them. How about we look at the murder rate?
we're not talking about fist fights, Charles. We're talking about violence.
Fighting in the bar is a violent crime. Canadians love fighting at the bar. That's like our second national sport after hockey.
We're talking major assault.
Yeah, I'm not really talking about fist fighting, but I mean, it's kind of a gaslight of the room when we say something and then you categorize it in a manner we're not saying and then act like you're responding to that.
Let me take a look. I'm pulling it up.
Okay, Carl, is your healthcare free? Let me just ask Scott, yes or no? Simple question. Is your healthcare free?
Well, you say, why is it a binary? Why do I have to ask questions? So the actual reason is Sean, every Canadian has heard this now.
Yes or no?
No. Suck my dick.
Okay, that's cool. No, actually, I respect that answer. I'm glad you didn't say yes because what percentage out of your pocket comes out of your pocket to pay for it? And doesn't your country discriminate people's healthcare based on age?
Well, let's stick to homicide rate. I'll pull it up.
No. I'm talking about bullshit in your country and its problems. Doesn't your country discriminate you guys based on your age? And who deserves healthcare and who doesn't? It's kind of refreshing to have a
Canadians get free healthcare. What the fuck? That's not discrimination.
Yeah. Listen, you know what? I'm going to go back down because I have a client here soon, but I just had to ask you a few questions that you answered them. Thank you so much.
So wait, I didn't hear the answers. And you wrote, is the healthcare system there to discriminate against people?
You say that because children? You say that because children get
It's better than going 20%. Sure it is them.
Okay, so yeah, discrimination.
Better than going 20%.
I'm not sure what the point was and why, but I'm like, I don't know. I thought something completely different when you asked about discrimination based on age. Like, a person past a certain age might not qualify for a kidney or a heart transplant.
That's what I was thinking too.
Yeah. So, and I, if that was the case, is that a bad thing? Is that a wrong thing? And I don't know. I don't know what the point was. And I'm just explaining the way I was thinking about it, and then I was trying to go to the logical conclusion of, is that good, bad, indifferent for society? Is that, what does that say about the country? Overall, they provide low-cost health care, but, they could. You're the fucking damn patient zero. Seems like fucking enemies are what? White supremacy? Bitch, please. You're a fucking scumbag. Go take it and that's what we're fucking but that was before your daddy passed on to her. Why is it an improvement? And what about it? I don't give a fuck. You think so, Randy? He's a dumbass selling it, but I don't give a fuck.
No, it's not.
Rabbi, can you put me in the queue? I'd like to debate someone, please.
Why are you going to debate, honey?
I don't know, baby doll.
Oh, that's right. Oh, you think give a fuck? What's that, Sonny? 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 Oh, Sonny. Oh, bye, Sonny. Bye, Sonny.
I'm not sure it's okay.
Lower than the U.S. for 2022, but a different source indicates Canada's violent crime was 14% higher than the U.S. in 22. Canada's homicide rate has historically been lower, but it has also seen a significant increase. Between 2014 and 2022, while the U.S. saw a 5% increase over the same time frame. While still lower than the U.S., Canada's homicide rate also increased substantially by 53.5% between 2014 and 22. So here's what I'm seeing. Although it's true that politics, Canada has a lower rate in terms of gun and violent crime than the U.S. So, down to is this. You're really long.
Fuck you.
Yeah.
I've not been any time before.
No, I was hoping, I wanted John, and I was hoping I wanted to move down since he's the only one, but he just wanted to. Yeah, he should have wanted the Pussy Removal one. This is not wanted the ad. Well, he should have wanted anyone to live in rules, but he's the only one. So I'm trying to find him.
You're not going?
You know what I like, Randy? That you came up with, like, where you gave one right, specific one right.
Well,
Yeah.
I wanted to kick Bussy from the room, but I don't think it allowed me to. So I was like, you know what? Fuck this room. I didn't want to listen to that.
Why did you want to kick Pussy?
No, I wanted to boom the room, but I didn't want to do it myself.
Why did you want to kick Pussy?
Because he's a horribly loud, toxic, annoying person to put in your brain.
Bro, I'm fucking Indian.
Oh. There you go.
Yo, what happened to Hamas? The fuck?
Yes, he's not allowed to be in the same room with me.
It's not
The population of the United States isn't a billion, right? Are you fucking stupid?
Hi, moderators. I hate to interrupt this amazing discourse, but if you could put me in the queue, please, I'd like to read a poem. Thanks, moderators, for the consideration. I appreciate it. This is candidate Congressman John speaking. Thank you. Oh, I don't know if you guys heard me, but moderators, if you could put me in the queue, I just wanted to say a poem, a 60-second poem. Thank you, moderators.
60 seconds. 60 seconds.
Gentlemen, can we take 60 seconds to listen to
Also, one last thing, and kick me out of the room. One last thing. The fact that you think the difference between 500,000 and 200,000 is bigger than the difference between 5 and 3 means you genuinely do not understand.
Paul, this is what I think. I think if you take America's 350 million people population and you break that down by 100,000, you're talking about annualized 7,000 people versus what? Canada's 3,500 or 3,500? We're not talking about these magnanimous numbers that you're throwing out here. We're talking about 7,000 versus 3,500.
What do you think the 5 means? Like 5 what? What does it mean? 5 into what? Explain it to me. I want to make sure you understand. What does the 5 represent in that rate, in the murder rate? What does the 5 mean? Can anyone explain what the number 5 and the number 2 mean? You don't have to be right by it can be off by a factor of 10, 100, and 10,000. I don't care. Just explain what the 5 and the
Hey, please show me. This is hard.
Hey, moderators. Excuse me, moderators. I'd like to be put in the queue. I'd like to read a 60-second poem to the room, if I may. This is directed towards Rabbi and Mr., aka T-Robs. I'd like to read a 60-second poem uninterrupted. If any F-word, N-word interrupts me while I read my poem, I'd like you to kick that F-word, N-word to the goo. Thank you very much. Put me in the queue, moderators. I got a great 60-second poem I'd like to read to the room. Okay, this is the poem, moderators. Here we go. This will be the best 60 seconds you ever spent on Clubhouse.
Shut up, John Kitover. Shut the fuck up.
I was dead, then alive, weeping, then laughing. The power of love came into me, and I became fierce like a lion and tender like the evening star. He said, "You're not mad enough. You don't belong in this house." Went wild and had to be tied up. He said, "Still not wild enough to stay with us." I broke through another layer into joyfulness. He said, "It's not enough." I died. He said, "You're a clever little man, full of fantasy and doubting." I plucked out my feathers and became a fool. He said, "Now you're the candle for this assembly." But I'm no candle. Look, I'm scattered smoke. He said, "You are the sheikh, the guide, but I'm not a teacher. I have no power." He said, "You already have wings. I cannot give you wings." But I wanted his wings. I felt like some flightless chicken. Then new events said to me, "Don't move. A sublime generosity is coming toward you." And old love said, "Stay with me." I said, "I will. You are the fountain of the sun's light. I am a willow shadow on the ground. You make my raggedness silky." Then at sunset again, Venus gradually changes into the moon, and then the whole night sky. This comes of smiling back at your smile. The chess master says nothing, other than moving the silent chess piece. That I am part of the ploys of this game makes me amazingly happy. Well, the one thing that is common amongst all of us in this room is our brains. And, well, I'm just saying that this is the way your brain projects, and I feel bad for you. I should have more compassion and kindness for people like yourself, because clearly you're part of that mental health disaster that has occurred. It's a good poem. It's a good poem, isn't it? Anyways, Galactusy, thank you for all your comedy contributions. Thank you very little indeed.
Exactly. I hope you go to chemo.
What did you just say?
Did I stutter?
Yeah, I think you did.
Well, good. You heard me clearly.
I think you said something like, "I hope you get chemo." Is that what you said?
And you have ears. You're a smart half-breed kike.
Well, you know what I do have to do is do work. Because if all I do is listen to you talk, I'm running for Congress. I have to go get signatures on petitions.
Bitch, Nora was right about you. She's more successful. At least she gets arrested.
Yeah, she gets 5150 every day of the week. Congratulations.
Well, maybe you should get something from that other than what Google here sucking on Randy's dick.
You know, by the time this is over, Nora's not only going to be a nonprofit activist, she's going to be a lawyer.
What's that, tranny? Oh, the tranny's speaking. What's that, tranny? What's that, transvestite? What's that, transvestite? Transvestite, what's wrong? Did I trade you, transvestite? Oh, the transvestite. Oh, my God, the tranny's upset. The tranny's upset. Oh, my God, the tranny's upset. Sunny, okay.
Labubu, hey, Labubu.
Fucking minority, filthy, fucking dirty chaotic fingers. Yeah, India.
Neo is in the Matrix. So, anyways, there's this thing called habeas corpus, and habeas corpus allows you to go before a judge and plead your case if a psychiatrist won't release you from the insane asylum. So I'm just saying that if Nora Bandora went before a judge and pled her case, there's like an 80 to 90% chance that that judge is going to say, "Young lady, I think we care about you and it's in your best interest to go back to the insane asylum. Keep taking your medications and keep eating your 3 meals a day. Don't forget to poop and take a shower."
Do you have an update on your brand loss?
Yeah, let me check the... Actually, I just downloaded the documents from the law firm today because they wanted to get prepaid. So, unfortunately, they weren't going to take it pro bono. So, anyways, yeah, I mean, we're suing him, and we're gonna. No, we're using the campaign funds to go to W. So we got invited to be on TV at Illinois. Yeah. So this upcoming Friday, I'll be on television, on the radio. I'll be on the internet. Like I'll be in the newspaper. Like it's a big newspaper production. So Friday's the big media day. Well, that's what I was thinking. I do so much of this, you know. That's what I was thinking. I was like, how am I going to take the edge off before this interview? I was thinking about that. I don't think I actually need to. I think I just feel like I've done this so many times now because, you know, we just repeat ourselves all the time. So I don't think it'll be any different. Scream out the N word. You think that that's how to mentally prepare for an interview? That's how you do your Tourette's. That's how you do your Tourette's. I don't know what to tell you. See, you're one of the reasons why I created a room called "Wasting All Your Time Talking to Trash." And I know you own JohnKitover.com, T-Robs, but I know you own JohnKitover.com, but I still don't have to lick your filthy Irish shepherd pie cooking, potato snitch eating. You know, down there they don't do potatoes; they do corn. So these are the 4 instruments I'm going to bring with me to the interview. I'm going to bring. No, I'm going to say John for Congress. No, I'm not gonna, because this one's permanent, so I'm not gonna, no, that's too risky for me. No, because this media. No, you helped me, thank you. So what I'm saying. Yeah, but what I'm saying is this interview. Yeah, that's probably true. Anyways, all I can say is that, this is like SEO reputation management for me because I do have 20,000 YouTube videos and 20,000 Instagram videos of everybody here talking for 5 years. So what I'm trying to say is that when I do this interview on Friday, that publicity piece is like a full-on resume for politics. So I'm going to prepare for it by doing Grok queries and then building policy positions off of all the Grok queries and all the contrarian positions to the Grok queries. So, anyways, I'm just saying I'm doing research and preparing for this interview as opposed to your methodology of screaming the N-word 10 times. Thank you very little, T-Robs. Yeah. So Grok does a lot of calculations for you, incredible statistics. So that to me is like unbelievable. I've done some amazing, common sense financial per capita division equations. Some people, I don't really work with statistics anymore because you guys know what I do. I just live stream Clubhouse all day. So I'm not advancing my mathematical capabilities, but I would say I kind of probably, peaked in math in college. And even at that point, it's not even functional. Like it's not useful in the workplace. If you come out of college today, you have to be so proficient and mathematically capable on Excel. Otherwise, you're worthless. Like Randy here. Yeah, basically you got to be an engineer, really, because. Yeah, well, you're right about that, but what I'm saying is if you have an actual electrical engineering or computer science background plus, you're doing, you're trying to actually functionally use your prompts to integrate it into your product, and we're talking about mega products, but. For sure. Anyways. Yeah, if you're a coder, like Jack, who started Twitter. Yeah. If you go to his X account, he actually, you can see he's a lot more mature or crazy than somebody like Elon Musk. Elon Musk is a content whore. Adrian Dittman is a content whore. Jack just posts, and there's a quote like that says we believe in functional coding and no kings, no presidents, etc. So technically, America is set up in a way that every American should be an accountant and a software developer because we have no king. We're technically like a mega corporation. So everybody is vying for position in this huge accounting scandal, which is nothing but financial fraud. That's the craziest thing about the American system, is everybody is integrated into the biggest skim ever, which is 2.3 trillion a year. It's currency manipulation, but we're giving it all away to Fortune 500. Grok will actually tell you in the big beautiful bill how much each corporation got from it, and it's just unbelievable. It's 500 billion a year split up amongst the Fortune 500.
So when are you gonna be so that action?
Well, he said, when are you going to get a piece of that action? The whole thing is I have to get signatures. So I have to be totally focused on gathering signatures. So today is like the kickoff day for signature gathering. And right now I'm posting in Craigslist to all these towns to try in the gig section to try to find petition gatherers, circulators. But I'm going to have to personally go out there and get, probably 400 signatures myself at a minimum. So it's literally, meeting people in the real world. But I'm going to live stream it and put it on Clubhouse as I'm gathering the signatures. I'm going to bring a chest cam with me.
What for?
There's no point to do all this work unless you film it all. So I have a chest cam.
Oh, but you mean on Twitter or on YouTube?
Yeah, I'll live stream it onto YouTube and X.
Oh, the John Kitover show is going television on Real World.
Yeah, you need to get me distribution in the UK. Like
Really?
Yeah, I can do a fake English accent, pretend I'm like an English lord, and basically reverse engineer Sacha Baron Cohen. Do the same thing that he did, but pretend I'm English.
Is it Borat? It's Boris?
No, we'll call it King John. I have this book on King John and how he ruled Ireland. Have you ever read the history of King John?
Kitover fifth?
I don't know the number, but the book I have is called King John. It's one of them. I'm not sure which one. But anyways, I'm just saying, like, when you read it and you read how the way they lived in their caravan, like their royal caravan or their supply line, it's wild. Like, it's because it's the medieval world. It wasn't like,
They parked us at a castle.
Well, anyways, I'm just saying the way you lived in luxury as royalty in the medieval ages was really interesting because it was basically like very high standard, but also, very cringe and crazy. It's amazing that people would like worship a king, like everything was for the king. So it's such a crazy concept.
Yeah, well, the king was put there by God in theory, right?
Well, what's interesting is the political intrigue because there's so many variables as the king.
Well, you're still worshiping your kings. I mean, now look at your PTR. You have Trump. Would you dare go against it? Do you think there's anything wrong with pedophilia, John?
Of course there is. Don't ask me. Don't ask.
Me.
Oh no! See, you guys are. See, this isn't even normal political discourse.
Well,
This is.
suddenly, lo and behold, like an entire population now sees nothing wrong with pedophilia because Trump said
That's
that.
not true.
Of course, that's true.
Rabbi is the sickest individual because the fact that I'm live streaming all of this and he uses all these words.
But I'm the big guy, but you're literally the one.
You go by the name Rabbi. Your name is fucking Muhammad Abdul Al-Jaziz, then Fakhuri or whatever. What is your real name? The fact that people address you as Rabbi.
Do you think definitely did anything
Listen, I'm not going to answer any of your ridiculous, stupid questions.
Exactly.
No, I'm happy to answer these questions if you wanted to do this professionally, but I'm not going to do this when you. When...
Worshiping pigs. What is literally worshiping your president?
All right, I'm done engaging with you. I'm going on mute.
But I'm just saying, like, where do you draw the line?
I draw the line on the sand and I put a chicken in front of the line and the line doesn't move, but you just keep running your mouth nonstop. You don't know how to have a real conversation. This is a troll room and you're a super troll. I congratulate you. You're the greatest of them all, Rabbi. But you know what? You're still a schmuck. No matter how hard you work, even if you become a CFA in Canada, it's not going to mean no gods. You got that, Rabbi? In the sand where we put your nose, your beak, you're a chicken, Rabbi. You're nothing but a chicken. You're nothing but a chicken, Rabbi.
Do you believe that Trump is either a pedophile or simply?
Listen, if this is how you spend your Friday, I created a room earlier. It's called Wasting All Your Time Talking to Trash. You should have come to my room. You would have been perfect for it, but instead I came here to live stream you into the room called Wasting All Your Time Talking to Trash. Everybody, that's what Common House is. Wasting your time talking to trash. That's it. These moderators are trash. They're nothing but human trash. They're a dustbin, a garbage can, a pile of turds. There's horseflies all over them. There's mushrooms coming out their ass. This is trash. This is garbage, human vermin, scum, villainy, time wasters, losers, schmucks, morons, idiots. Trolls of the worst kind. You shine a little light on them and they scurry away like rats and cockroaches. They want to talk nonstop about nothing. They're the dumbest people you could ever hope to meet. You know what a real idiot is. These aren't fools, ladies and gentlemen. These are morons. Stupid people. People who talk nonstop about nothing. Wasting all their time, but they won't come in my clown house room called Wasting All Your Time Talking to Trash. But here you are, live streaming.
Well, the truth of the matter is, Trump is either directly engaged in pedophilia or he is covering up for pedophiles. Not far be it from me to be a pedophile or anything, but I'm just saying that clearly something is going on there. I do find it to be very interesting how the same people who were talking about it now have no problem with it. What do you guys think? Exactly.
Shalom.
Where's this from?
Oh, man. Here we are again, repeating the pattern, stirring the pot, the same game all over again, just like in old times. And I'd say about 30 seconds, Bond's going to appear on stage. And it's going to be just like the old times, Pepe. Just like season 1, season 2, season 3, season 4.
The reason I give is because, spam account. In other words, making more than one account. So people are reporting these.
Yeah, it's not Clubhouse. It's people on Clubhouse. They get accounts clipped.
Exactly. Well, I know.
Yeah.
So if it's me being on here, this person doesn't want me to be on here because they don't want the lies exposed.
Well, the only accounts I've ever reported are some of the, heinous Palestinian terrorist promoters and possible terrorists. So maybe I've reported you once. I can't remember. Maybe once. Sometimes I get angry at people just because I feel like they're really wasting all their time. And like the choices that they're making on here, the content that they're consuming or creating is so childish and stupid that like it can make me angry because I'm recording it all, and so
Cool. So what do you think about this AI that's going to be like a threat assessment?
Yeah.
And given to law enforcement, I think it's bullshit.
Oh yeah, this is coming, and it's, you know, a big program. It's going to cost hundreds of billions of dollars. Like this, they are going to literally mine our minds through the cell phones. Everything. This is the craziest thing about Apple and Samsung. Most people don't realize that Samsung is one of the biggest surveillance companies on the planet. Everything you upload, especially Google. So Google and Apple, every photo you have ever taken, every video, everything auto uploads to the cloud, and it constantly asks you over and over. I know, but every single time you access your photos, it asks you again, do you want a mass back it up? And you're like, no, motherfucker, no. So what I'm saying is they are mass surveilling. And that's the only reason they can afford to spend all this money on these data centers. There's no other reason to put all this money on all these data centers.
Sorry, Fred, I'm gonna go in listening mode for a bit, so I can't really talk. I'm busy today. But since this is your house and everything, I'm just gonna give you a suggestion. I came up on stage because I know some people have notifications on of whenever I come up on stage to speak, that they'll come into the room. So what I suggest for you is pull people up on stage, right? And that you know they have bells on when people come up on stages to speak, and then have them move down into the audience after a while. So Sam gave a thumbs up for yes, and then I'll share your house.
There's a lot of people that got affected by the Holocaust. So for people to still spit that type of rhetoric in this day and age, what do you want to eradicate the earth? You know what I mean? This is crazy how people want. Well, you could like. It just doesn't make sense to me. My brain has a hard time computing it. But Jews are starting to feel that. And the ones that are aware, and my eyes are open, and ears are open, nose stop the shit coming from a mile away. And if you see it, and you hear it, that's sad. Like anybody that's even expressing their religion says you should be able to say that. This is who I am, and I'm proud.
Yeah. I don't disagree. Please go ahead, John.
You do it fast, John. Like you know those drug commercials where they write it off so fast? You could do like 3 commercials in 60 seconds.
Go for it.
How does a part of the world leave the world? How can wetness leave water? Don't try to put out a fire by throwing on more fire. Don't wash a wound with blood. No matter how fast you run, your shadow more than keeps up. Sometimes it's in front. Only full overhead sun diminishes your shadow. But that shadow has been serving you. What hurts you blesses you. Darkness is your candle. Your boundaries are your quest. I can explain this, but it would break the glass cover on your heart, and there's no fixing that. You must have shadow and light source both. Listen and lay your head under the tree of awe. When from that tree feathers and wings sprout on you, be quieter than a dove. Don't open your mouth for even a coo. When a frog slips into the water, the snake cannot get it. Then the frog climbs back out and croaks, and the snake moves toward him again. Even if the frog learned to hiss, still the snake would hear through the hiss the information he needed, the frog voice underneath. But if the frog could be completely silent, then the snake would go back to sleeping, and the frog could reach the barley, the soul that lives there in the silent breath. And that grain of barley is such that when you put it in the ground, it grows. Are these enough words, or shall I squeeze more juice from this? Who am I, my friend?
Thank you, Mr. Kitover. Look at y'all cutting in the mouth and getting a little poetry.
Got everything on this room.
We definitely do.
heard a guy came in there yesterday that left with an STI just for walking in the room.
I don't know about all that. Maybe one or two that I kicked.
Yeah, sounds like that.
Hey, Jaro, can you give me a quick definition of per capita, please?
Per 1,000 people, or per 1 million people, or per 10,000. It's simple as that.
You mean it's not a division by the total number of the population of America, the legal population?
Yeah, that's a pretty semantic definition.
Got it. So what do you think the real legal number of Americans is? Is it 300 million?
The legal number of Americans, like legal citizens?
Yes, Social Security bearing individuals who actually file a tax return.
I don't know, but I wouldn't argue whatever number you give me.
Well, I guess what I'm saying is nobody really knows the true numbers because the IRS doesn't publish those numbers.
Okay.
What's the current Muslim population of Canada?
I don't know, probably a couple million?
I don't know, but 5,791 incidents happened during 2022 and 2023 of anti-Semitism, anti-Semitic attacks towards Jews. And it's increased 211%.
Well, I think Jews have to become like ninjas,
Absolutely.
I see Chabadniks, dancing in the streets with the menorah, and I'm like, I cannot believe, what they're doing. Like, but they're they have no fear, and that's what I respect most about them is that they
It's not that, it's because they have faith.
Well, their faith overcomes any fear that they might speculate on,
Absolutely.
I don't know. To me, it's just, it's the wisdom that gives them that faith because it's more than faith. It becomes certainty for them. So they've taken a step past faith into certainty, and that's real power because that's real action. And, the thing is, it's that joy and love, that they exhibit and give when you meet them if they're, doing something at some public event. But in today's world, there's these radical protesters who might throw a rock, throw paint, attack you somehow. Like if Bill Gates can get a pie in the face, your local, I'm not putting that out there. What I'm just saying is security is now, and that's awareness and taking that extra step. So if you in 2025. You can expect X number more of, potential situations. So I'm just saying, if you can speak about it mathematically, you can take a lot of the, delicate words out of the conversation.
You still got her. Good morning.
Good morning. Hello. Or grand rising, I should.
Right. I guess it is afternoon.
What are we talking about? We're talking about school shootings? Can you add a new poll, Savannah?
Yeah.
What type of sashimi do you like? And then you can have 5 different.
Can you put Vegas roll in there for Abby?
Silky.
With cream cheese.
Moist. Do you like your sashimi dry?
Spicy mayo.
Yeah.
All right, hold on 1 second. Stilgar, real quick, while you're in here. I am thinking about putting together, I want to get 2 or 3 2A, minimal gun control people and 2 or 3 who are very pro, more restrictive gun to do a room and have a discussion about it and kind of let you guys volley back and forth.
What's that hand?
Listen to me!
That's right, she got sex. I said it. She got sex.
And when I played with the corkscrew, with the little handlebars, it looked to me like a screaming person saying, listen to me.
What's up to the man?
Okay, listen.
Do you know that Tim one time threatened me to be dead to him?
Says that I didn't get to where you threatening all of his arms.
It was a threat. You said, you're 5 seconds away of being dead to me.
Probably 5 steps away.
You know, I recently joined the International Tourette's Association. The ITA is known as the International Tourette's Association, and they have an online verbal tracker now for people that use the N-word. Mick Dickerson and Randy are up there in the top leading polls of all humans alive right now on the planet that use the N-word. So congratulations, gentlemen. You've set a new International Tourette Association record. Congratulations, gentlemen. No, T-Robs and Rabbi here. Congratulations, gentlemen. Yeah, I heard, yeah. What's wrong with Lou? Lou, have you ever had a job yet in all these years of being on Clownhouse? Congratulations. You're going to make a great AI researcher. You're going to be so good at AI prompting, you're going to start doing prompting saying, why am I doing promptings on AI? Why am I doing so many promptings on ChatGPT? Why am I going to do so many AI promptings on Gronk? I know we had a conversation about Nora earlier today. We talked about habeas corpus. I'm sure Mixette can tell you what habeas corpus is and how it can help her get out of the psych ward. Mixette, why don't you tell everybody about the power of habeas corpus?
Okay, my question is, who
The neighbors.
did Nora attack this time?
The neighbors.
Oh my God.
She attacked the neighbors.
She attacked her personal neighbors?
Yes.
No, my neighbors. No. The neighbors, like, in a different universe. What the look at the fucking neighbors?
Like apartment neighbors?
Listen, Mixette is on vacation in Italy. He can't hear you that well. He's got pizza in his ears.
The videos that she has uploaded in her Twitter show that she has like a garden and stuff and a backyard. So it must be like houses.
So at a neighborhood, she got into a scuffle with her neighbors.
Something like that.
No one sees coming.
And the police got called?
Why else does someone else get arrested here? It's fucking a lawyer.
Who called the cops?
You're real fucking wrong.
Are you trying to find out to see if you can help her out?
I'm just trying to find out who called the cops.
Her brother.
Her brother?
My numbers, 1, 2, 3.
So her brother called the cops.
No, nobody. That is not known. That's hearsay. Is it? I bet it was. Yes, it's hearsay.
So we don't know who called the cops.
We don't know who called the cops.
Is her family helping her or trying to keep her
Wait,
locked
Lou,
up?
why does T-Reps think you're an N-word? Are you an N-word, Lou?
Yes.
You're a Mulan Yan.
That's right. He's a mully.
Listen, Mixette. Listen, we fired you 3 weeks ago when you didn't show up for the job. Mix YouTube video and Instagram. We're all sitting here amazed at her artistic capabilities. It looks a lot like some of the other tragic, videos you see.
You haven't seen her thirst trap videos on Twitter yet?
You mean her thirst trap portfolio or profile pictures here on this app as well for all these years?
I mean, 14-minute long videos.
Oh, wow. Well, wow, that's so exciting. The thing is, we've seen the video in the elevator shaft, so that cat's out the bag.
Have you read her journal yet?
Every single time I go out on a date and I get catfish.
We all have. I screenshot every single page.
Whoa, we got a movie coming. The Nora Shalash story. Did she free Palestine? Was it worth it?
She deserves minimum a South Park episode.
Oh, she could make it out to South Park with her elevator pitch.
Yeah, like crazy about the truth. That would be hilarious.
She's got a great elevator pitch.
Do you know how much money she could make from all these
That's what we tried to consult her on. We said she could probably raise a lot of money off of her viral video, but she lazily said, "No, I just want to talk to Diego. I love you, Diego." So stupid. So stupid. I bet you she felt that one.
Punish people for their retardation.
She's sitting in a psych ward.
Her very well.
Yeah, Diego is a groomer. He's a social media groomer.
I don't know how this happened, but she's convinced that you and Diego fucked.
Ooh.
Really? I mean, like, it was a joke.
So you might be part of what sent her over the edge.
That's right. Oh, then I'm gonna go for it.
And that pussy sent multiple people over the edge.
Damn.
Thank Tomas.
Scarlet letter.
Well, we didn't know if you were over the edge or not.
Scarlet letter. Issa and McZad recently met up in Italy for a little love on the northern border with Switzerland.
Nothing wrong with that.
McZad, was Issa a catfish or was she a goldfish?
She has the memory of a goldfish.
100% catfish.
She has the memory of a goldfish. What?
Never mind.
100% catfish.
McZad, did you see the Pope when you were in Italy?
We did go towards the Vatican. We had gelato there.
Ooh, was the gelato
That
good?
doesn't answer the question. Let the record show. Let's not answer the question.
I don't think that I saw his greatness from Chicago.
Oh. Turns out him and his brother are gay.
Why?
For each other?
I don't know. But
Really?
they're both gay, yeah.
Who's gay?
What do you mean it turns out? Based upon what reporting, you're crazy.
No. I'm 42 years old and I've developed very good gaydar as a heterosexual.
Get the hell out of here, dude. You're talking about like a respected.
Don't get triggered if I spread a little gossip about the Pope. Jesus Christ.
Isn't that from Chicago from all years? They haven't had anything.
It's all political. Jesus. It's just political. Jesus. It's just political. Jesus, it's political. Jesus, it's political. I'm just saying, I thought he was gay. Jesus, why are people getting so upset about the LGBTQ nowadays? I'm just saying the Pope is gay. So why does that upset everybody? He's not gay. The guy is asexual. And you're going to sit here and tell me he's not gay? His brother's gay. His brother is gay. Look at the interviews. The guy is gay. He's flamboyantly gay. He's like Dr. Adams, but a Polak.
Okay, but that doesn't make him gay.
Listen. How many genders? McZad, tell us about Adam Kadmon and the first transsexual. Who is Adam Kadmon, McZad?
That's Adams.
No, I'm saying before there was Eve, what was the name of that human that Adonai Hashem created? I know its name or his name was Adam, but you know, what was Adam's gender prior to the creation of Eve? No, you can't be a man. You can't be a man.
First, another couple that he kind of like washed off, and then he created Adam and Eve.
No, Adam and Eve are the first. You know, Adam is the creation. Eve is the creation from Adam. That's why every woman is subservient to man, because you came from us. It's not the other way around.
Oh my gosh, shut up.
Why is this so triggering? This is Jewish. This is Jewish logic. This has to deal with gender. Don't get upset about the conversation, princess. Jesus.
No, you just sound like
Yes.
a man that is lonely and wants to blame women for all his problems.
Hey, what's wrong with that?
Oh Jesus! I'm gonna go have lunch.
Nothing, just own it.
Melissa is such a feminist that she thinks that God is a woman.
Oh, so.
Look at this. We got British Hodel in the house.
Thank God for gender neutral. God does not have a gender. I don't think God is a woman.
You know, British Hodel gave great advice to the people in Gaza before the war. British Hodel kept encouraging Palestinians to invest in Bitcoin.
You mean Pakistani hole?
No, British Hodel.
No, Pakistani hole.
So wait, were the people in Gaza?
He's not Pakistani, he's Indian.
Were the people in Gaza transacting with shekels, or did they have their own Palestinian currency? Anybody? Or was it a blended currency in Gaza?
What was the question again?
What was the primary currency being used in Gaza, or what is still the current primary currency?
US dollars. Bitcoin.
Anybody? I put it in grok.
No, it's a shekels.
You guys spent years talking about the war in Gaza, and you guys don't even know the currency that they transact in? Jesus.
You didn't know
This app is so political. Jesus. This app is so political. Jesus.
No, you didn't know either. Otherwise, you wouldn't have us broke.
Is it yogurt?
Listen, Lou, let's just talk about AI for the next 10 minutes
How
because
it goes.
I love AI. It's like I love Noah, and I love Thanos.
oh, hi Fatima.
Did you just say Adams?
Oh, you little Rabbi Anderson.
Hello.
Shake.
How you doing, Bobo? Listen, can you tell Noah to come on stage?
You can't trust anyone, Boo.
Yeah, you have permission.
Isa got it exactly. They do call anybody boo-boo. Don't feel it.
Fatima, did you hear the bad news? Did you hear the bad news? Our girl Noura Bandura is back in the psych ward. She attacked her neighbors. She's in a straitjacket right now. They're pumping her full of lithium. And she's sitting there saying, fucking Rabbi in Clubhouse, fucking T-Robs, fucking Issa, fucking bitch, fucking McZed, all these fucking Zionist entities on Clubhouse, a fucking Clubhouse! I'm gonna take my fucking Rabbi on Clubhouse. No, fucking Rabbi on Clubhouse. Okay, pump her full of lithium. I don't think the lithium is working. No, I wasn't in that room. I was probably on Clubhouse.
Always recording the boring niggers.
Well, the point is, this is the makeup video, so I can label this. But the point is, nobody cares about this. You guys are all living in your own little deranged condition bubble.
Do you know how many followings you could have gotten on X if you make reference to that?
Congress people are talking. People from Congress are like Nancy Mace was fucking tweeting about this shit before, right? It's got tens of millions of views on multiple different uploads.
Well, don't compliment yourself. Listen, I hate to tell you this.
Do you know how much you would have become viral?
I hate to tell you this, but I've studied a little Torah, and it says that in Lashon Hara, it's worse to listen to it than it is to say it. So I got to tell you, if you're making fun of a loser who got put in a psych ward, that makes you a loser too. So to talk about this poor girl's, medical crisis as if it's some type of victory for you is pathetic. So shut the fuck up, losers.
Rabbi Randall McVicker says, you guys. Well, anyone else?
Randy is attacking you. Are you not going to defend yourself? What's wrong with Randy?
Rabbi, stay there. He doesn't want to see this. He's not
Chef Mississippi.
Thank you, Rabbi.
How you doing, little rabbit? Long time no see.
I'm working. How are you guys wasting your time?
I'm wasting my time with you.
I'll go back to working. Then go ahead, waste your time. I'll go back to work.
Yeah. Usually.
Oh. That was cute, Fatima. That was very cute.
Yes, Rabbi. How are you doing?
Rico came in and he left.
I told him. He knows.
That's so gay. That's so gay that you do that to him. Well, I spoke up like 3 years ago.
What happened? What's
Not 2 years ago.
That's true.
And he earned it very, very,
Child.
very decidedly.
You need to overcome your daddy and come back.
No, Fatima, you are not part of this, but Rico is my ex, and he did a few things that were very bad, and now he knows what trouble will he get if he enters a room where I am.
Child.
They have a border dispute. She essentially ran a Zionist protocol on him, and he rejected it, and now they have a border war.
Now, what if he did that out of the interest to preserve the relationship, like the Quran says? Sometimes it's better to lie to the woman.
Inshallah? Inshallah? Sometimes it's better to lie to the woman. What kind of logic is that?
Yeah, I know
What's
that's
wrong with that? What's wrong with that?
Well, what kind of lie exactly are we talking? Are we talking about a white lie? What kind of lie, Sheikh?
No, don't be racist.
Please respect Chef Mississippi and the Quran.
Inshallah. Bismillah. Ar-Rahman Ar-Rahim.
What does the Quran say?
Alhamdulillah.
Who the fuck is making up
Baruch
the Quran? What's that?
Allahu Akbar.
Allahu Akbar.
Takbir! Takbir! Allahu Akbar. Bismillah. Alhamdulillah.
Very beautiful.
Inshallah. Bismillah. Ar-Rahim. Alhamdulillah.
I'm proud of you, John.
شكرا حبيبي. وين محطة الهجان؟ وين محطة الهجان؟ كيف حالك حبيبتي؟
I'm proud of you, John.
شكرا حبيبي. I'm going to create a new nonprofit called N-Word Tourette's Research Association, and we're going to find out exactly what kind of medication can help N-Word Tourette's sufferers stop themselves from being scared of saying the N-word all the time. And the N-word anymore because I'm on medication. Oh, it's such a pleasure to meet you, Timothy. Oh, when was the last time you've been out on a date? Well, once I got diagnosed with the N-word Tourette syndrome, and I'm taking this medication now for the N-word Tourette's. This is the first day I've been on without an N-word. I didn't mean to say the N-word, Sally. I'm so sorry. Can you forgive me? Fuck you! Nah! You see, T-Robs, if you use the N-word all the time, you become the N-word. I don't know what to tell you. I've been warning you. I've been warning you about your vocabulary, Timothy. Stop using the N-word, or you become an N-word.
I love Negroes. But do Negroes love you? No. You love these Pakistanis. I love Indians. That's the problem. What I learned yesterday?
What did you learn?
The British created one of the biggest genocides We love genocides. That's how we love genocides.
Wow. Can you believe it? We've reached the point of genocidal one-upmanship. These people are all crazy. That's what I like to say. It's called wasting your time talking to trash. You're just wasting your time talking to trash. What a waste of time talking to trash. He uses the N-word 100 times a day. Of course he's an N-word. It's like called wasting your time and talking to trash. Hey, Zach. Mommy!
Mr. Anderson. Hello, Zach. Long time. Indeed. How you been, Zach?
Mommy! Oh, muted, Zach!
That's right, you tell him, Zach. Oh, yo.
CRT,
Hey, yo.
BLM, LGBTQ, CRT,
That's enough.
BLM, LGBT.
Zach, you tell him. That's why I got you clipped.
CRT, BLM.
You know I got you clipped.
BLM, CRT, LGBTQ,
CRT,
BLM,
LGBTQ. Oh, hi, boo-boo.
Oh, God. The boo-boo.
Hi, boo-boo. Hi, boo-boo.
I love the boo-boo.
LaBoo-boo, what are you going to do this weekend, LaBoo-boo? What are you doing this weekend, LaBoo-boo? LaBoo-boo hates me. He's in one of the hater categories of the campaign to elect candidate Congressman John Kitover. Isn't that true, LaBoo-boo? Why have you always hated John?
Mr. Anderson. Two boo-boos?
I know, we have to vote one off side. It's gonna be.
Kick the
I'll
Negroni.
sacrifice myself for love.
Kick the Negroni. He needs a job. Put him in the goo. So in a room recently,
What's up, ass flag?
Like a slogan, like a not using the right word. It bothers me that
a jingle.
I have to claim Zionism and not just be, I support Jews, but I'm not really a Zionist.
Why can't Jewish people just live in security?
I like that word.
The people who, I'm not the historian on this, but from what I remember and what I read, some of the main people who pushed for Zionism.
What did you read? What book did you read?
Secular. So I don't think it carries that religious and, essentialist dogma. Okay, now we
Waste all their time, but I created a room earlier called Wasting All Your Time and Talking. Waste all their time, but I created a room earlier called Wasting All Your Time and Talking to Trash. And thus, welcome back to another episode of Wasting All Your Time Talking to Trash. Where are those who died serving God on the plain of Karbala? Where are those who know how to open the gates? There's no rational answer to this. A prison full of debtors has been let out. Where has everyone gone? Where are you? You're in the ocean, of which this world is just a foam thrown up on shore. Something huge inside me surges, and the foam of this poetry takes form. Let form foam be. Dive into the burning ocean at the source of light. Shams comes up in the east. Don't unstring the bow. I am your four-feathered arrow that has not been used yet. I am strong knife blade word, not some if or maybe, dissolving in air. I am sunlight slicing the dark. Who made this night? A forge deep in the earth mud. What is the body? Endurance. What is love? Gratitude. What is hidden in our chests? Laughter. What else? Compassion. Let the beloved be a hat pulled down firmly on my head, or drawstrings pulled and tied round my chest. Someone asks, how does love have hands and feet? Love is the sprouting bed for hands and feet. Your father and mother were playing love games. They came together and you appeared. Don't ask what love can make or do. Look at the colors of the world. The river water moving in all the rivers at once. The truth that lives in Sham's face. I wish I knew what you wanted. You block the road and won't give me rest. You pull my lead rope one way, then the other. You act cold, my darling. Do you hear what I say? Will this night of talking ever end? Why am I still embarrassed and timid about you? You are thousands. You are one. Quiet, but most articulate. Your name is spring. Your name is wine. Your name is the nausea that comes with wine. You are my doubting and the light points in my eyes. You are every image, and yet I'm homesick for you. Can I get there? Where the deer pounces on the lion, where the one I'm after's after me. This drum and these words keep pounding. Let them both smash through their coverings into silence. If my words are not saying what you would say, slap my face. Discipline me as a loving mother does a babbling child caught up in nonsense. A thirsty man runs into the sea, and the sea holds a sword in his throat. A lily looks at a bank of roses and wilts and says nothing. I am a tambourine. Don't put me aside till the fast dancing starts. Play me some all along. Help me with these little sounds. Joseph is most beautiful when he's completely naked, but his shirt gives you an idea as the body lets you glimpse the glitter on the water of the soul. Even if the corpse washer binds my jaw shut here on Clown House, you'll still hear this song coming out of my dead silence.
Start to stop. Amazing. I'm here snapping my fingers.
Vote John Kitover. Go to johnforcongress.com. Link is in the chat.
Are you in all the districts, or do we have to?
Some respects. Because America doesn't have a counter keeping track of how many Christians we have versus other religions.
Well, I mean, right? I guess you could say they're based around a religious/ethnic identity. So, yeah, that makes sense. But I don't think they're like. I think people assume that because they're ethno, like,
See, I wanna just let you know I have a crush on you. Well, I don't know that actually you're supposed to. Ever since I saw your real Nate picture, I fell in love, and like I hope you could see me as like,
I'm thinking of,
you know,
they know better than they don't use their funding for infrastructure. Like, look where they've gone in the last 50 years.
that's true.
Are you living in Afghanistan?
I'm back and forth.
How is it for
so grateful for everyone in the room.
traveling?
Hello, beautiful people.
It's actually very good. There's a lot of tourists that, you know, come in and out. I mean, there's like tourists, like guides and groups, and like, you know, they're enjoying it because they were under a whole different impression of how Afghanistan is. And when they go, they're just like amazed, like how it really is on the ground, right?
Yeah, I see those videos. Did you meet over there, bro?
Yeah.
About Jesus and the organic and the vegan was deceiving. Did you meet over there? That is a lot. I changed the other day.
Actually, really, it's weaponized against Israel because it completely ignores the same or worse discriminations in other countries where they have bans on Jews, like Saudi Arabia, Jordan, and Libya. It refers to those countries as apartheid. But Israel, in the situation with Gaza, is very commonly referred to as an apartheid state, which, you know, if by definition you want to say that's what it is, that's fine, but they're not the only ones that do it. And many countries do it against Israel.
Yeah, it's because your libertarianism showing through. You're willing to defend people.
Yeah, it's a good libertarianism.
To defend your God.
This has nothing to do with libertarianism.
Of course it does. But like, you know.
So it says God will send you strong.
Hey mods, this is John. I would just like to request 60 seconds to read Bible flashcards. Thank you mods for the consideration. This is John speaking.
Mostly listening. She's at her service at work. But yeah.
Oh gosh.
This is all
I'm tired of the
I tend to start clearing these conversations on Clubhouse because they don't generally end very well.
Well, so far it's been pretty mild.
It has. It has.
Of course, we don't have Norman here. If we had Norman here, it would have been quite a.
For all the conservatives, I would like to point out that I said in a racist way, quote unquote, earlier, and I actively try to avoid racism as a general prerogative. It has to be individually based. Hence, my bringing up of the kindest family I have met being Jewish.
Yeah, I understand. It's a fair point. And we all have different experiences. We come from different parts of the country. We have more or less exposure to Jewish people in general, depending where we're from, where we live, where we work, things like that. So everybody's going to have a testimonies based on their
You told them for the first time that you're
ultimately
Jewish
their
and they
understanding
didn't
and
like
their
that.
understanding.
I said I didn't want to start anything with the guy.
You thought I would start something if he knew you were Jewish, and then you told him, and then you brought it.
I know,
My perspective
We were
is.
scared sleeplessly.
I think people are.
But it's okay, and I'll say the story what happened. So when I did lose the key, the guy left the phone number on it where I lost the key, and he said to call. I called, he showed up to my house, and he said, "Hi, my name's Fred. I'm a Palestinian." So I said, "That's a little fucking weird. So I'm not gonna say hi. My name's Bibi, and I'm a Jew." I thought that would be weird, and that's gonna give somebody that's already got cancer more cancer, and I'm just gonna basically fill this guy full of hate. So it wasn't worth it for me to say that. And then when I was on with you, he came up to me and said, "Hey," I said, "Hey, how's your day?" And he said, "Oh, listening to the BBC, I can't believe what's going on. They blew up a hospital." I go, "Yeah, I didn't want to say to you the other day that I was a Jew because
You know what I mean? You're already like listening to me and stuff like that. I go, but look, we talked. And he goes, yeah, you're right. And the guy gave me a hug and I gave him a hug back. And that was it. But I wasn't trembling or scared. I tried to avoid confrontation with my neighbors.
Yeah. My point is, it didn't need to be confrontational with you, BB. I was just simply pointing out how like exposure makes us all a little more understanding of each other, right?
Okay, I misunderstood where you were coming from. It's just because you came from, like, you know,
I appreciate it.
Sometimes, so, but yeah.
No. I meant like, look, I admire that you have Palestinian friends and you're not just like a hater for the sake. You're not just tribal, you know. I think that's really respectable, BB, that some of your neighbors that you are close with are Palestinian, even though you're in, you know.
No. When I asked them if they would go back and live there, they say, hell no. Hell no.
Of course not. Why would they want to? They have much better lives in the West.
I mean, they might feel a little different.
I ended up having coffee the next day.
Are you good?
I go into air.
There's something in the milk and the cheese that bothers her, right? We tend to whip that out when we need it.
Hand to my chest, it is your chest. And now you're scratching my head. Sometimes you put me in the herd with your other camels. Sometimes you place me at the front of the troops as the commander. Sometimes you wet me with your mouth like you do your seal ring just before you germ and create an animal. You use the animal to evolve intelligence. Life keeps leading to more life. You drive me away gently as a flute song does a dove from the caves, from the eaves. With the same song you call me back. You push me out on many journeys. Then you anchor me with no motion at all. I am water. I am the thorn that catches someone's clothing. I don't care about marvelous sights. I only want to be in your presence. There's nothing to believe. Only when I quit believing in myself did I come into this beauty. I saw your blade and burned my shield. I flew on 600 pairs of wings like Gabriel. But now that I'm here, what do I need wings for? Day and night I guarded the pearl of my soul.
Did you go into the poem number 2?
No, I think this is the back end of the poem.
Yeah, 60 seconds is way over.
Well, these are the. You want to hear the last 12 lines?
I was listening.
You've made it this far. I saw your blade and burned my shield. I flew on 600 pairs of wings like Gabriel. But now that I'm here, what do I need wings for? Day and night I guarded the pearl of my soul. Now in this ocean of purling currents, I've lost track of which was mine. There is no way to describe you. Say the end of this so strongly that I will ride over my own commotion. Oh, that's called reading, everybody, from a book. It's a poem.
Thanks, Mr. Hi, everybody. Hey, Pockets. Hey, Mavis. There we go.
Aww.
Family celebration up in back. It's morning, and I'm very excited.
We'll give you a half day. I'm like, you don't gotta tell me twice. So on the way home, that's the best nap of my life. And then I'm probably gonna just hang out my dad's night.
Aww, fun.
Heck yeah. But yeah, I'm 29. Holy shit.
Damn, Pockets.
I know, I can't believe I'm basically 40.
You got to expire.
Shit.
Better put you in the fridge.
Right, quietly. So did I miss anything new? Surrender? Anything new happened?
Surrender. No, you know how that goes. You know how that goes, Pockets. You miss a day, you miss a lot, but really not anything at all.
I literally miss one day and I miss like a whole fucking season of Clubhouse.
Right.
I'm just like, it's not just and I come the next day and I'm off. And it sucks.
Pockets, you were still pooping in your diapers when I got married.
No way.
I was married in 97.
Wow, like, yeah, I was definitely shitting in my
Born in 96.
Yes, that was.
That's why I don't feel old. Like, I feel like I'm your age, but then I hear somebody say what you said, and I'm like, oh, fuck. Like,
right.
Yeah, you guys don't even, I thought you all were like in 30s with me.
I don't sound it was my age, but.
You know, I don't like it. Not gonna be serendipity. You guys look like you're in your 30s.
I have a child your age, so he's actually a little bit older than you. Right?
Oh my God, son, you get me my mother.
Come to mama, baby.
Big mama. That is so funny, man. That's awesome. Damn. That's crazy. So what you had him because you had your child when you were like 14?
I wish no.
Oh my God. That's crazy. Right?
I mean, there's a
It's mind-blowing. I literally thought you guys were so young. This is great.
My oldest granddaughter is 12.
Oh my God.
Yes.
Oh my God.
My oldest granddaughter is 12.
That's fucking young.
Yeah. You look like your grandmother. She's like, no, that's a granddaughter. It's not real. Like, what? But Serendipity, you're so pretty. You're so pretty. So I thought, yeah, whatever you're doing.
That's the pretty girl.
Someone chose them within my picture and was like, I ain't gonna lie, that's the type of picture you can't look at for too long. And I was like, man.
That one I point out, but there's some good ones. Yes, there's good ones. Nobody's denying that. But the majority is not good. The majority wants to fucking kill Jews and kill Israelis. September 11th, they were fucking throwing candies like you couldn't believe. Nobody talks about the Nobody talks about the fucking restaurant. We called 5 of them live on the air last week. Picked up the phone. How come nobody's talking about that? And I thought all the buildings are destroyed. But then boom, another hospital is destroyed. Why don't we stick to the truth? That there's buildings destroyed, that there's areas that are flat, that there's areas that are stressed and Hamas is fucking.
Biggest opinion, Joe. You should see that face. She talks with her eyes.
Oh, you have the baby right now?
I do. I have the baby right now.
Hey, she's got that in common with Cardi B. Talks with her eyes too.
Still drops on the panel above you. Place it over your nose and mouth and breathe for fuck's sake. If you're feeling that stuff in your butt, please secure your own mouth. I mean, mask.
Is there some good things out there?
Yep, I know.
We're like, yep.
She slept 2 hours. She just woke up from a 2-hour nap, y'all. So she's like, y'all gotta give me a minute, okay? Right. Like, my life is really hard right now.
Yeah, she's got a full reset, y'all.
My life is so hard. I just need to sit here and wait there.
Are you everything now for like iOS updates, man. Because you really just wake up not knowing where you're at, what day it is, what's going on, what you look like. Right?
That's kind of nuts. You wake up a little sweaty.
You're on your neck, yes. Your hair is sticking again when you just fucking shower.
I don't know if it's morning or night.
Nah, that's why I can't do naps. My dad, anytime I visit him, he's napping. Like, anytime I go to his house, he's fucking napping. Like, oh, nap, right after work, during
people off serendipity. Like I just saw a whole fucking man just escorting people into it.
Wow.
I'm like, damn, there goes my update.
Yeah, the Home Depots that I have to go to sometimes, they don't have any day laborers out front anymore. None.
Wow. Our food trucks are now just disappearing. We have no more food trucks. Which is not good.
We have to be careful what we ask for, man. Yeah, I'm getting used to this shit.
But it kind of reminds me of like the Family Guy episode where basically Abraham Lincoln came out and he saw like he asked him why is your lawn getting so high. He says, "Oh, I used to have a lawnmower."
Not for real, my latte guy, the one that comes on the bike with the corn, he's on. Like I said, nothing. Everyone's missing. And he would come on the dot at 5 o'clock on his bike with his corn, his latte bird. And I've seen him for weeks. So they're really taking like the best people that we need. The food trucks and the latte guy. They're taking the people we need. I think this room. Okay, chill. It is a chill room. Is this like your room?
Yeah.
It's where I've been spending my days. Hey, Miss Princess.
Hello, happy Friday.
Happy Friday to ya.
Y'all remember that song Friday that that girl came up with a long time ago? That like went viral?
Rebecca Black.
Yes! That girl went crazy on that song.
Friday.
No, please stop. No. That's the worst.
Dude, I loved her.
You know, she got like really popular on YouTube after that, and like had a pretty decent early content creator, influencer.
Yeah, it's like it's like I saw a person said a warning, your ear is about to be raped in a minute, and they started playing Friday. It was like, oh damn, you mean like
Leanne, you still got a lot of guys in Phoenix? I know that's right. They're all gone in Tucson. I literally drove all over town to find my Lotte guys, and I can't find them. Motherfucker's gonna force me to go back to Taco Bell.
William Wallace, there are no boomers in this room, to my knowledge. Oh, maybe Joe B.
Damn, Mike, why should I tell her like that?
It's not a diss. I just saw her picture while I was saying it.
You were so quick, maybe Joe B. She almost like,
It was
but no one else.
well, I was saying it, and then I literally saw her picture, and then I just had like a verbal diarrhea. I didn't mean to.
Yeah, I'm not telling you no secrets, Nick. I'm not telling you nothing.
I was trying to do my JD Vance lines with Joe. Where it's like,
what are they?
It's like JD Vance in a grocery store. He's like, I have a question about trans fats. Why are you lying people? Trans fats or whatever fats they were when they were made.
I'll fuck around and tell Mike something so important, and in one room I'll just be like, oh yeah, Jessica said that. We're like, Lord, Mom.
No, I didn't even mean it as an insult. I'm just thinking like, what are our ages in here? Like my brain wasn't. Yeah.
I'm sorry playing with you, Mike. You're good. I just thought that was so funny.
I know the timing was weird.
Yeah, the timing. That's so.
Wait, I just looked up Rebecca Black, and she's like on tour as a singer.
No fucking way.
I swear.
I didn't even know she had other music. That is so fucking funny, dude.
She was like, bet.
Yeah, we're taking this all the way.
Oh my god.
You know, it's so funny. Princess goes did the song Friday. She gets it off the word singing that shit.
She did a song called Saturday that was like kind of like a dig at Friday. And I just was like, oh, okay. I thought it was just like I actually like paid good money to get produced this time instead of going to some random person that's just gonna scam you out of your money.
She's like, it's Saturday, my Friday.
You leave my Friday alone. Leave my Friday alone.
It's so funny. She made a song called Saturday is a day of Friday.
Yeah, screw your Saturday, princess. Screw your Saturday.
She's like, it's Sunday, we gotta go to church.
Not me.
Oh, that's so funny, man. I'm gonna lose that rant.
This is why Friday is the superior day of the weekend. Because on Friday, you still get to look forward to the whole fucking weekend.
That's a fact.
I think the best time you asked what the best day or best time of the weekend or best time of the week is.
Yeah.
For me, it's Friday night, actually, because I know that I have a whole 2 days. Although I'm shooting a wedding tomorrow, so I only really have 1, 2. I'll get 2 again. In October, I have 2 weekends where I have Saturday and Sunday weddings, so I'm going to have like 21 days of straight work. That's going to be fucking brutal. I'm already hating the idea of it, and it's only August.
You're right, though. The best time of the week is like 5 o'clock on Friday. Because I get to be up all night in this motherfucker. Yeah.
When I'm driving home at 5 p.m. on Friday with the windows down, it's such a good feeling.
Freedom.
It's the same feeling. To be honest, it's one of the reasons I had been doing weddings for 20 years. Same feeling. When you're driving away from a wedding, there's this like ultimate feeling of accomplishment.
But you're a wedding photographer?
I've done over 1,000 weddings. I had a business that did $800,000 in weddings a year at one point.
No way.
I was second. I was second in line for Justin Bieber's wedding. Actually, I was driving home. I stayed at his house in Maui, and at one point I was driving around Atlanta with him and what's her name? Bailey. What's her name?
Haley.
Him and Haley in the back seat. We were driving around we were gonna do their engagement session in Atlanta, and couldn't find a place to pull that he was willing to get out. Like the plan was to go find someplace. And as we drove around, it was clear that he's like, I'm not gonna get out right now. I'm not gonna do this. So I was like, all right. So we never did it. So I never did the engagement. I never got the wedding either. The wedding, I wasn't guaranteed to get that at the time of the engagement, but.
At least you were in the same presence.
Yeah, I was friends with Chip, who's a guy that was dating his mom, and so she was pushing for me to be his wedding photographer. She liked my work, and she kept telling Chip to get me to be his, convince him to pick me. He ended up picking Jose Villa, who's the most famous wedding photographer in the world, who will probably end up doing Taylor Swift, I imagine. He just fucking gets these things by default. It's really frustrating, actually. Because he's good, but he's not like, I don't know. I don't think his work's good enough to be doing every single uber famous person on the planet,
You guys remember the other day we were talking about Taylor Swift and how, I noted and a couple of people noted that her obvious next move would be to marry this guy as part of brand strategizing, to kind of, she's 35 now, 36. And so to kind of transition her out of the kind of kitty bopper songwriting that appeals to younger girls. And I suggested that the next marketing move would be to marry her. She'll pop off some kids, and she'll make more mature music for ladies who can resonate with the whole married housewife. And then what happened? A day or so later, boom, it's announced that she's getting engaged. So don't be, I'm expecting a very different kind of album from her, in about a year or so after she ties the knot from Travis. It'll be interesting to see what her brand and marketing and music is like after she becomes a man.
Yeah, I feel like it'll be less dramatic. Like her last Folklore, like that era of album that she was doing was really artistic, really intense, really deep, right? And I feel like it's going to be way more like fun and lighthearted.
or next month after.
You listen to Taylor Swift?
I do listen to Taylor Swift.
Me too, I'm a Swiftie. Tread
I know,
lightly.
I am a Swiftie. I've listened to all her albums.
I thought you said you have a wife, not a husband.
I got both symbolic.
Oh, Lord. Well, we're going to have to make it every.
I also like chick music. My wife had this the Echo into work. I'm like, okay. So she took it into work, and then her friend who works with her, who we're friends with, she's hysterical. But she's like, hey, Mike, yeah. And she goes, your wife brought the Echo into her work. And I'm like, yeah. And she goes, yeah. She goes, I think that your playlist was stimulating my ovaries. I'm capable of having kids again. I was like, fuck. It was funny. It has I don't know. It has it's an old playlist. I don't even listen to it much anymore, but it had. I mentioned it. It had 10,000 Maniacs on it. I know that. I don't know.
I don't want to be a hater in this room, but I'm just that impressed by Taylor Swift. It's just not my vibe.
I feel like as a Swiftie, if someone's not impressed with Taylor Swift, it's because they haven't listened to her entire discography, which obviously is a lot of music at this point in time. But I think that if you have just heard the pop singles on the radio, that eventually end up to be annoying. Like all pop singles on the radio, it's easy to be like, meh.
Right. I could.
Not my thing. All of her really good work are not singles, I think.
I agree. Like Folklore was one of the most incredible ones that she did, I think. And I agree with you. The thing about Taylor Swift is she's a fucking genius. I mean, an actual genius. She was the youngest songwriter hired by Sony in history of their company at the age of 13. She writes all her own songs. She plays all her own songs. She's obviously a billionaire. These are not things that happen just because you're popular. These are things that happen when you're unique to, you're unique among the history of the world. I mean, she's her staying power, but also the fact that she does it all. I mean, there's people that are big and famous that don't write their own songs and they don't do any of that. She does all that shit. If you watch her writing Folklore during COVID, she had, was it Ben Iver? What's his name?
Bonnie there.
Yeah, it always throws me off because it's spelled like Ben. Bonnie, she had him come over during COVID, and there's a video where they're writing all their songs together and stuff. I just don't know how people do it. I don't watch her do it, and I'm like, she's fucking talented.
She's been doing it since she was fucking 5 years old. That girl is I don't care what anyone says. That girl is. I'm talking about Taylor Swift.
No, I said that's what I'm talking about. Yeah.
Air Force. All my family served, and anyway, appreciate people like you and all this.
If you don't mind me asking, if you're significant in the past, you guys served during the time of when you guys were illegally invading countries?
Yes, I did. You talking to me?
Like Afghanistan and Iraq.
Wait, resistance. Are you American?
Yeah, I'm American.
Do you like America or do you hate America?
My question first.
Boys.
I want to answer my question. Were you veterans?
He's diverting.
Were you guys serving when the American government was illegally occupied and destroying other countries?
Yeah. For what?
So you went into the one.
I was there with more resistance.
Which one did you went to? Afghanistan, Iraq, which one?
It doesn't matter. You can have peace over there. I appreciate everybody.
I did both, man. I shut all.
You were in both. You were in both. Oh, so you're a piece of shit scumbag terrorist. You deserve to die when you were there. Just probably punishment.
When the terrorist resistance. I mean,
Americans are terrorists. They don't want to.
Wait a minute. What the fuck is you gonna sit there? Just change your name to resist. Are you from resistance?
I hate un-American pieces of shit that live in America and they're against America. The life you live is because they went out there and did what they did so you could have freedom and peace.
And America has been paid. Sacrifice for your punk ass to be here on this goddamn soil. You better watch your mouth right now. See, here's my thing. Yeah, we went and we did a whole lot of shit. You think Afghanistan and Iraq was bad? You have no fucking idea if that's just what you play with. Look, we've done worse. I mean, I have literally made moms cry at the disfigurement I have done to their men and boys. I have fucking erased entire villages, fucking states. I toppled governments. I have reduced people. And I'll do it again for every American enemy. You know why? Because I love my Americans. And if there's an enemy that exists against the United States of America, well, then your days are numbered, because there's a lot of devil dogs, there's a lot of sailors, and there's a lot of Air Force guys, particularly 18-year-olds with drone skills that got to play Call of Duty, that will fuck your day up faster than you can blink. And here's the best part. They don't realize the power that a destroyer can do, such as terraform an entire fucking country in a few minutes. So I'm just going to tell you that, yeah, I don't care. And if somebody out there in the world touches an American head, I don't give a shit if they're black, Hispanic, Asian, white, purple, pink, whatever it is. If you touch one American, I want your spines. I want to have your head hanging on the fucking Statues of Liberty's crown. I want to mount it up there as like a jewel, just to make sure that nobody ever touches another American's head.
Do you support America going out and killing for fun then?
If we need to, yeah.
Yeah, of course we need to. But fair enough. Right. Just telling your fascism election. Go ahead.
Are you? I told you you're an American too. I'm guessing.
What do you mean?
Do you live in America?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, you're another one that if you don't like it here, like the things we do, why don't you leave?
I don't. That's a weird concept because y'all do the same things supposed to, right? Like
who does the same thing?
Well, like whenever like the opposite party is in office and you're like,
no, we're not talking about parties. We're talking about Americans versus un-Americans.
Well, I mean, I'm also another Nigerian as well too. Like,
I think so.
Yeah. I get that, but I'm saying you're saying if I don't like it here, then leave. But I would love to leave, go back to my country. But I would like the America to stop trying to steal from my country. That way I can go and have my country prosper.
Well, how would you prevent that?
No, I probably can't. I mean, America.
Nobody can. It's America. It's the biggest power in the world. That's why we're the greatest country.
What do you propose? If you could, what would you propose?
I mean, if I could.
Yeah.
I mean, I would think America would care about its citizens and stop using military force to capture and control the rest of the world by reducing the military budget and actually putting money into the citizens of.
Give an example of what you're saying. Give an example of that too. I like an example. Diametrically disagree. Thank you.
So I think that one of the best.
You've shown how you handle money.
So I think one of the best ways would be to reduce the military